There. Okay.
Good morning. Welcome to the Board of Supervisors meeting for November 21st, 2006. Roberta, would you please call the roll?
Thank you. Supervisor Bennett?
Here.
Supervisor Long?
Here.
Supervisor Michaels?
Here.
Supervisor Flynn?
Here.
Supervisor Parks?
Here. We'll now do the Pledge of Allegiance. Supervisor Long, would you please lead us?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Next item is the minutes, and as I understand, we'll be getting them at our next meeting. So we'll move to continue that till next meeting. Thank you. We have a motion and a second, and seeing no objections, then that passes. We'll now look at our agenda review, and Mr. Johnston, you have some changes?
Yes, Madam Chair, members of the board. There's a revised page 8 of board agenda. The title inadvertently left out, County Council, item number 34 was corrected and posted. Item number 25, starting with page 5 of the board letter, the next 5 pages are actually the board letter for item 26. I'm not quite sure how this all came about, but the clerk, I'm sure, can explain that if it becomes necessary. I'm requesting that item number 30 be pulled. And
32? Okay, it's just not on my list.
No, item number 30 to be pulled for further review by my office, and I'll bring it back. Item 32 has a revised board letter on page 5, the third paragraph. Item 34, Supervisor Flynn has submitted materials in association with this item on November 17th. And lastly, item 42 has been removed from the agenda.
Good. Thank you. It's been removed from the agenda. Yes. Do supervisors have any requests for changes to the agenda?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Yes, I would like to ask that item 36 be continued. In fact, I'd like to ask that it be continued for 2 weeks until the December 12th meeting.
Okay. Are there any other requests? We have changes to our agenda. Do we have a motion to accept the changes as revised? We do have a motion and a second. Seeing no objections, then the agenda will stand as revised. Our next item on the agenda is our moment of affirmation, and we have someone from the Salvation Army here this morning, Captain Christy Kamalo. If you'd like to come up to the podium or the microphones there, we'd love to hear from you. Thank you.
Let's pray. Our Father, in this week we set aside a time especially to give thanksgiving to you for all the blessings that you've given to us. And Father, we just pray that as we come together, Lord, that you would be over everything that happens here, that you would help this county to grow, and that you would just bless us even more. We pray this in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you. And as we go to our Thanksgiving holidays, remember the Salvation Army too. Our next item on the agenda is item 7, which are our consent agenda items.
Second.
We have a motion and a second on the consent items, and seeing no objections, that passes. It's now our time for public comments, and I have so far 3 public comment cards. Our first comment is from Matt Carroll, going to talk to us about the Calwin Award in our ISD department, and that will be followed by Larry Matheny.
Morning, Madam Chair, members of the board, Mr. Johnson, Matt Carroll, Chief Information Officer. I'm here this morning to just spend a couple minutes and share with you some recent news and events regarding HSA's CalWIN project and the CalWIN implementation team. You'll recall the CalWIN project was a large, complex case management system implementation that occurred here at the county, and I believe up to 20 other counties throughout the state of California. You'll also recall that many of those counties were significantly challenged in their implementation to the effect that they're still in their local newspapers in a not positive light regarding their CalWIN results here. You'll also recall that in the spring of this year, the HSA department did successfully implement CalWIN, and subsequent to that, they were reviewed by the grand jury. That project was reviewed by the grand jury, who recognized it as a model large-scale implementation project here that other large-scale projects at the county should emulate. So I wanted to share with you some very recent events that on last Monday in Sacramento, the Center for Digital Government, which is a large advisory body to the public sector in the area of technology, and Government Technology Magazine further recognized HSA's CalWIN implementation team by awarding them the 2006 Best in California Award for project excellence in project delivery. Wow. There were 20 awards given out in categories ranging from best use of technology or most innovative use of technology to best technology serving multiple jurisdictions. It's interesting to note that of the 20 awards given out, only 2 were given to local cities and counties. The rest went to state agencies and departments, so that really speaks well for Ventura County's effort and HSA's effort. The awards were held in Sacramento, so very few of the implementation team were able to be there and be recognized. It was quite an impressive event, but we wanted to take just a few minutes of your time this morning to help recognize the HSA CalWIN implementation team and re-present their award to Ted and the leadership and the project team this morning. So on behalf of the county, since this is a non-agenda item, I'd like to personally present to the CalWIN implementation team the Best of California Award for Excellence in Project Delivery.
Well, thank you. Thanks, Matt. It was quite an honor for us to get this. It's really ISD had put together the application for the award, and it was a great partnership between our 2 departments, and I'd like to recognize our team. If you would stand, Patty and Sanchez, Melissa Livingston, Terry Sapp, who else? Suzanne Ramirez, Derek, yes, Jose. This is our team. They really know what they're doing. They got everybody involved, and they did a terrific job. So thank you, Matt.
Supervisor Bennett, you want to comment?
I just want to comment how easy it is for us to take things for granted. I mean, all the other, virtually every other county is having enormous problems with this. Ours goes smooth, and because it goes smooth, they don't talk about it, and you just kind of take it for granted. And it was no small task to pull that off, so congratulations.
Yes, and it definitely reached out to many of the people that we serve, probably most of the people that we serve in Ventura County, and was able to do a rather smooth transition. And it was a concern whether we'd be able to do that, and I really appreciate the fact that we were, and you definitely deserve the award. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next public comment speaker then is Larry Matheny with the Public Guardian's Office.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board and Mr. Johnston. This being a particular week of thanks, I've been looking at the newspaper headline this morning in the Star and rereading it, and I've I think managed to move from a feeling of why me to a feeling of gratitude. And I say gratitude because the article deals with an issue that is from the past, and I'm very grateful that we have people in place and we've been able to make changes that reflect a new way of doing business. I'll be coming to your board at the meeting of December 5th and talk about that in much greater detail, and be in a position with it being an item on the agenda to be able to have discussion with you in the areas in which you have remaining concerns. But what I wanted to do this morning, if I could just indulge for a moment, is I've asked my team from the Public Guardian's Office and the Public Administrator's Office to come in here because if you all would please stand. Go ahead. It's all right. Nobody will hurt you. This is the new team, and this is the team that is taking good care of our clients. These are people of integrity and character, and I'm so proud of them, and I'm so thankful.
Thank you. And I know that we'll be looking at a report back to the board in a future meeting. Thank you for coming. Keep up the good work, ladies and gentlemen. Our next speaker on the agenda is Carol Dean Williams. And that's our last public comment card.
Good morning, Carol Dean Williams, 61-year resident, board, and Supervisor-elect Mr. Foy. Want to recognize you in the audience. I brought the proof. I never say anything unless I can produce the proof. And the proof is the FCC says okay. So I don't have time to go into details today, but here's the proof on the FUCC. All right. This was the old R. Thomas Harris, who wouldn't prosecute anybody as a special assistant to the DA, and his ass is gone. But here's Michael Schwartz, the new special assistant to the DA, and I have a letter from Michael Schwartz dated October 30th, 2006. I'd like to read a section of this to you. Quote, "As discussed below, it is my conclusion that the Brown Act was violated by providing an inadequate description of the item on the original agenda for the September 26, 2006, and by allowing discussion of the matter as an agenda item on that date." Unquote. At least Mr. Schwartz has confirmed a violation of the Brown Act. No, it's not on this board here. I won't hold you in suspense. It's on the Ventura Unified School District Board of Education. And you know what's so interesting? I went and presented that, and Velma Lomax, who was the president of the board under the violation and caused it to happen, you should have heard her alibi. It's on video. She has made herself unfit as a public elected servant. All you have to do is watch the video. So, I report another miracle. Numbers 22:28 in the Hebrew says, "And the Lord opened the mouth of the ass, Velma Lomax." I'm telling you, there's more miracles happening here in Ventura County than I can keep track of. Now, here's the champion of campaign finance reform. Here's the champion, Mr. Bennett. And that's the most ridiculous ordinance or law document ever created. Mr. Foy saw that. He didn't sign on to that. And that's probably the reason he's supervisor today. That's the most ridiculous, and you'll hear me over and over, and you've promised revisions. Your public defender is still your appointee and violated California Penal Code Section 19.6, and he only violated it for me. He told me later he wouldn't accept an appointment for no one else, but I don't feel special because he violated the Penal Code, along with Judge Purnell. So, that's is in your preview. Now, oh, where's my other copies? I threw the page over too soon. Well, where did those go? Well, I was going to read you what the First Amendment said. All right, the Brown Act says, this board specifically may not prohibit criticism of this board and its policies. And the United States Supreme Court says the First Amendment is to invite dispute.
Mr. Williams, you have a microphone. You don't.
Thank you. I've got a question on another item.
So that completes your time. You have, I think, 27 seconds left. Is that right?
27? Mm-hmm. You can't restore 3 and give me 30?
We'll talk about it.
Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes our public comments, and I didn't see Mr. Foy is here. Welcome. Nice to see you. Our next item on the agenda are board comments, and Mr. Flynn, would you like to start first?
Yeah, I'd like to welcome Supervisor-elect Foy here today. The thing is, he's probably observing today, and he's probably asking himself, why did I run for this position? Anyway, we welcome you. I have a list of people I would like the board to adjourn in memory of.
Thank you. And Supervisor Bennett, would you like to go next?
Thank you. I thought you were going to go in order. I would like to ask the board to adjourn in memory of the people on this list. Welcome Mr. Foy into the audience, and hope that he has a relaxing Thanksgiving and other holiday break, because we all know he's got his hands full in terms of just all the stuff coming at him at this point in time. And I hope that everybody on the board has a good Thanksgiving break too. Thank you.
And Supervisor Michaels?
Yes, thank you. Certainly welcome Mr. Foy, Supervisor-elect. You get a small taste of what you're in for. There are some unpleasant moments in this job, but mostly it's a great job, and I've enjoyed doing it. I wish everybody a very thoughtful and warm and filling Thanksgiving and Thanksgiving weekend. I hope you all get to share with friends and family. And I would ask that the board adjourn in memory of the persons on this list who have passed from the 4th District. Thank you very much.
And Supervisor Long?
Yes, good morning, and also welcome. Look forward to sitting down and getting acquainted and welcome you to the position. I have adjourn in memory I'd like to submit of folks in my district. I'd like to just mention a little bit on one of them, and that's Gary Griffith Pace. He was very much a longtime resident of our Fillmore, Piru community. He was part owner and manager of the Waring Water Company in Piru, and he was certainly known as a very humble man with a sweet and generous spirit, and very much appreciated in that community. I also have to submit for the public records of meetings and conferences my public report of meetings. Participated last week in the 5th Annual Ventura County Housing Conference that all of you were aware of, and it was an excellent conference, and there will be, I think, lots of both information that to come out of it, but work that has been agreed to undertake by many people who attended the conference related to exploring further a regional housing trust fund, looking at how the cities can work together collectively to meet the housing needs for farm workers and low-income workers. I'd also let the board know that I also attended a dinner Saturday night that was just a wonderful dinner and a celebration of a wonderful woman who is a lawyer in our community, and she received the Ben E. Nordman Award for her public service, and that is Georgiana Renier. Oh, darn, he left. And I'm very proud of Georgiana, and I was very pleased to be able to present the award to her. I'd also mention, as we're entering into the holiday seasons and we get so many requests to support and give and to all of us and the public, and to let you know that the RAIN project, the Transitional Living Center, which is the regional transitional living center that just happens to be operated by the county, but it assists individuals and families in regaining their independent living, and they have launched their 11th annual drive, and this is to collect new socks, slippers, underwear, and pajamas for men, women, and children in our county. And they're asking for the public to to help with that support and to provide those as a gift to the community and to drop them off. You can drop them off at the Ventura County Fire Station 50, which is on Las Posas Road, and to do so by December 15th. So that helps, certainly a project that we are very proud of and that we help tremendously. And to last note is to say that next, I will be certainly in the office in the county up until next Tuesday, and then I'll be going CSAC to the annual conference, which will be held in Orange County. Let you know. Thank you.
Thank you. I also was able to attend a conference last week at the 50th, or rather it was a California Water Land Use Policy conference, and it was very beneficial. And the executive director of the California State Regional Water Quality Control Board highlighted Ventura County in its example set with the Callegas Management Plan, and said that was one of the best in the state. And I thought that was really neat to hear, and I want to laud Supervisor Michaels, who has been leading that and co-chairing that group. So that was really nice to hear, and hopefully that will help us with our grant that we look like we may be getting. Additionally, I was able to attend the open house of the 50th anniversary of the Western Foundation of Vertebrate Zoology. There you have it. And I actually saw Paul Grossgold there. It was a great event. They have the most incredible collection of large birds and eggs, really probably one of the best in the state, if not the nation. So that was great to see, and looking at perhaps coordinating a project with them to study the effects of anticoagulant poisons on raptors, because we know it has affected mountain lions and cougars as a result of people using decon and other kinds of rodenticides that have anticoagulants. So it must also be impacting the raptors, who also eat the rodents. So that may be getting underway with potential funding from the Mountain Resource Conservation Authority. Additionally, I do want to also extend my welcome to Mr. Foy. When I got elected, it was in March, primary, so I actually had 10 months to get on board and meet with all the directors and learn a lot about the position. You're kind of going to jump right into it, and if there's anything my office can do, there's no book on how to take on this job, so we probably should put something together, I think. But at any rate, our office is available to you, and anything I can do to assist, I'm here for you too. And I think I would also ask that the board close in memory of the people on this list. And with that, we'll move on to our normal agenda, or our regular agenda, and that starts with item 29 with our Harbor Department and Ms. Krieger.
Good morning, members of the board, Mr. Johnston. Lynn Krieger from the Harbor Department, and I'm here with two items this morning, the first of which is for Vintage Marina, the original Vintage Marina. This particular item just continues the county's policy of encouraging investment in assets on the county's property. And the result is the county's restated lease. This is not our oldest lease. It's only 23 years old, but in legal terms, 23 years is quite a long time. So this updates the lease and provides for an option to extend in exchange for capital investment done by the lessee. The lessee's representative is here, Brian Dunn, and unless there are questions, I'm going to let you keep moving through your day.
Do we have some questions, Supervisor Flynn?
Just to make sure, what is the percentage of gross rent?
This is at 25%. I believe this was the first lease to be at 25%.
Are there any other questions, comments?
Move the recommended item.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. I support the motion, particularly since this comes into effect upon the refurbishment of the existing facilities, and that's something that we want to see and look forward to having that occur. Are there any objections to the motion? Okay, seeing no objections, then that passes unanimously.
Appreciate the investment.
Yes. Item 31 then is the next one, and this is regarding amendments to the lease for Oxnard Harbor, Oxnard Marina?
Yeah, Oxnard Marinas, Inc. And all three partners in this particular corporation are here today. I just want to indicate, because I'm not sure the board knows all of them, Jeff Pence, Tom Hogan, and Randy Short, who you're right here. He moved up. This brings to fruition a promise that was made over a year ago, in July or so of 2005, when these leaseholds were transferred. You all remember this. This was part of the Westbrook deal out of Texas, that we were so anxious to get rid of that lessee. And I say that advisedly. In exchange for Gray Star coming in on the hotels and apartments, and for this particular company to come in on the slips. This now provides for restated leases for all of these leaseholds. They do go upon recondition or replacement of these slips. It does go to the 25% rental rate. It will combine. You remember these were slip leases that were originally combined with the apartments many years ago, subsequently divided. That was an idea that was tried up and down the state, didn't work very well. Now marinas are being operated as marinas by marina operators, and apartments are being operated by apartment managers, and that seems to work much better. This particular leasehold calls for a 5-phase, I believe, replacement over time of all of these particular improvements, going to 25%, as I said, and will involve over $10 million of investment in this particular marina. So I encourage your support for this, and am pleased to finally bring it forward.
Do we have some questions on this?
I have questions. I just would like to comment. You put these two items together, and it represents significant investment in the harbor at this point in time. Also, significant improvement over some old leases that really had some very bad language in it. I'm really happy that we're getting rid of the end of the lease language, and that everybody has cooperated with this. This gets this lease up to the 25% rate also, with some preconditions in terms of various things happening. But you put the two together, and I just welcome the fact that we really are, after many years of struggling to try to get the old leases changed, we really are starting to see investment dollars flowing into the harbor. And in a few years, we really ought to actually see the physical changes making a real impact. So I support the motion. I move the recommended action.
Well,
Second. We do have some questions here. So Supervisor Flynn?
Yes, I'd like you to look at page 2 of the letter from Len Krieger in your board packet dated November 21st. If you look at that first paragraph under background, let me just read a part of it to you, starting just about in the middle. At the time of the transfer and amendments, the principals of Oxnard Marinas committed to rebuild all the marinas purchased from CIHIC, which is Channel Islands Harbor Investment Corporation, and provide the county with a rebuild with an estimated budget and timeline for such a replacement plan. Prior to transfer, the principals also agreed to meet the county's 25% rent requirement upon replacement of the slips. Now, we went through the transfer of this, of the peninsula slips, as they're called, from Channel Islands Harbor Investment Corporation to Oxnard Marinas LP. There was no RFP for this at all. No one had an opportunity, including Channel Islands Harbor Investment Company. They should have had an opportunity to go out and with an RFP and find another marina operator that they would choose, but they weren't given that. It was transferred to Oxnard Marinas LP / Almar, as I remember the words. And I'd just like to ask the board a question, if you could answer this. Prior to transfer, the principals also agreed to meet the county's 25% rent requirement upon replacement of the slips. Did you board members find that in any written document at all? In the lease amendments, there were 2 of them. I looked, I could not find them. Unless something is written into a lease amendment, it really carries no no import to me. It's got to be written. It was not written. And the amendment, there were two amendments. One of them leveled everything out at 21 years. It said nothing about 25% at all. So while you may say, well, this is what they told me, that doesn't count with me. It's got to be in writing. I've never seen it in writing. Except your writing. I've never seen it in a signed agreement. So this really doesn't mean anything to me. But, you know, the questions you have to ask yourself, and I'm asking these rhetorically. You don't have to answer them, anyone. The last amendment was for 21 years. What has Oxnard Marinas LP done to deserve extending them to 40 years? What have they done? It's a neat system to be able to choose one marina operator, exclude everyone else, get them in there with a couple of amendments, and then to stretch it way out to 40 years. What happened to the competition here? It's just not good government. No one can defend this. It's not good government. This, I want to finish my statement. That's number one. Number two, why are we going to let them use from 8, I think, as I try to determine what the numbers are, to 13 years before the 25% kicks in? Why that much time? Again, my questions are rhetorical. I do have the floor, right? How can you defend this kind of government that we have here? How can you defend letting someone slide for 8 to 12 years or 10 years or 13 years before the 25% kicks in? Why? Is that in the best interest of the taxpayers? The taxpayers own this property. Are we representing the taxpayers properly? How much revenue are we losing because of this? I would say the best answer would be, number one, to declare the lease null and void. I know that's not going to happen. But number two, a more appropriate amendment at this time would be to amend the percentage of gross rent to 25%. Keep the leases as agreed to by a previous amendment at 21 years. Madam Chair, those are my comments.
Thank you. And while your questions are rhetorical, I think there are some responses to those questions that staff would like to give. Mr. Johnston?
Well, I'm not sure whether they sounded more like accusations than questions, and as the supervisor said, he wasn't asking for an answer, but I think that they beg for an answer. I do think that this is the subject that has been looked at by district attorneys, grand juries, our office, a multitude of people, and that there are some answers that do point out that it was in the best interest of the taxpayers. We could argue over the method and the timing on certain things, but as far as how the process works, to begin with, the statement that there was no RFP, the county council, I think, can address this. My understanding is that the county of Ventura did not hold the leasehold. The people who had the leasehold were the ones who had the right to choose, and we did not have the right to withhold approval of the transfer of that. So that is the reason that there was no RFP from the county. The county was not in a position to issue an RFP. My understanding is also that the owner of the leasehold did consider a number of alternatives because they were looking for the best deal for themselves, which they had a right to do, and all we required is that they provide us with a responsible party to take their position, which I don't think anybody, including Supervisor Flynn, disputes that the individuals who now are managing those marinas are a responsible, capable party of running a marina. as far as having it written into a lease agreement between two private parties, the supervisor is correct. They sold their interest as it was. But let me ask the director of the harbors. I do recall you reporting to the board both in open and in closed session concerning the idea of a side letter. Do you have such a document?
I have an email that lays out the timeline and the investment that's expected. That's from last year when we were discussing this. I told them I needed something in writing.
So, well, I don't dispute what the supervisor is saying. There wasn't a legal obligation, but there was a clear understanding with a certain amount of leverage and give and take on both the part of the county and the new leaseholder to go forward and to do what is before you today, which I guess the proof of the pudding is that they are here today, and it is the same thing that everybody agreed to. And with regard to the extension, if I'm incorrect, please speak up, Harbor Director, but my understanding is the extension of the lease is predicated on a reinvestment and a rebuilding of the marinas, which is the reason why we would do such a thing, and we have done for all other marina operators and new people coming into the harbor based upon the amount of investment the term of the lease is then calculated. Lynn, would you like to add anything to that?
That's correct. I would like to highlight the fact that Channel Islands Harbor Investment Corporation, who held this lease prior, did hire a real estate broker, did accept a number of offers, both on the hotel and on the marina side. And in fact, this was not the first party that negotiations were conducted with before the sale was presented to the county. So that while there wasn't an RFP, there was certainly opportunity, and I know that broker had ads out, and we had a number of phone calls from him ourselves. As the CEO says, it was a private party sale. There's only one comment, Mr. Johnson, that you did not respond to, because there were quite a few to remember, and that has to do with why the long timeline. And I have to tell you, the lessee is anxious to proceed. In fact, would start to build next year if he could. And they're here, they can speak to that. I'm the one who urged the long timeline, because if we continue to have fights, this is going to require an amendment before the Coastal Commission, amendment of the Public Works Plan, which is going to be coming to you very shortly. If there continues to be a lot of fighting to those kind of plans, it could take us some time before they get permission to do the construction. In any case, it takes a long time before the Coastal Commission, but if there's controversy, it takes even more. And so I want to be sure that they have the option to build and that we don't go through this very expensive process and their time is up and they walk away. That doesn't seem to be in the interest of the county or in their interest, and certainly doesn't motivate them to invest in the process.
Supervisor Michaels?
Yes. I find it extremely unfortunate that the supervisor continues to make the comments that he makes, lays out the allegations that he has laid out, when this should have been put to bed several years ago. It has been investigated ad nauseum. This is a tremendous deal for the taxpayers of this county and for the residents of this county to have improvements in the harbor. There has been one person who was supervisor over this harbor all the years of deterioration. We now have an opportunity for outside private investment in the millions of dollars. And there is one supervisor who intends to stand in the way forever. This is wrong. It is irresponsible. And if you want to talk about being irresponsible to the taxpayers, you might look at that supervisor and wonder why hundreds of thousands to millions of dollars are being wasted and being challenged when those investments could have already started in our harbor, and it would be the jewel that it has the potential to be. If it weren't for the personal animosity of one person, I think it's disgusting.
Any other comments or questions? I have Supervisor Long.
Just a question again to legal counsel as to the status of the lease transfer. In the sense of, this was a practice, a policy, and well within the guidelines that this board has in place and has exercised over the years.
The approval of the transfer was a private deal between two parties that were brought. We had certain criteria they had to meet, especially commercial reasonableness. If they met those criteria, the board could not unreasonably withhold its consent, and that was the sole issue before you in July of 2005.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions, too, and along those lines, Supervisor Flynn suggested that his choice would to have the contract be made null and void. Do we have the legal authority to do that?
I'm sorry, Supervisor Parks, I missed it.
Supervisor Flynn suggested that if he had his choice, he would like to make this whole contract, the original lease, null and void. Do we have that option?
The only options we have on nullifying the contract would be for a default under the contract that's currently in effect. You do not have to agree to an amendment, but the current contract would stay in effect.
Unless it's default, unless they default.
Unless they're in default, a major default.
Thank you. And a question, you indicated in your report that this did go to the Harbor Commission. Do you recall what the vote was on the Harbor Commission? And in the future, it would be helpful if you would just include that in the staff report.
I don't remember what the vote was on this one. Do you? I thought it was unanimous, too, but I'm not sure. It was either that or one no vote, and I don't recall standing up here, I'll be honest.
And then also, in this approval, is there an opportunity, or will it come in the future in terms of issues regarding when they can raise rents and slip sizes?
The slip sizes will be coming to you as part of the Public Works Plan Amendment for the entire water side for you to debate where and how to restrict slip sizes, what areas of the harbor, and that will not be settled until that Public Works Plan Amendment is submitted to the Coastal Commission by you. So over the next 3 to 6 months, I would say.
And would that Public Works Plan Amendment be specific to this lease, or would it be for the entire water side?
That's at your discretion.
Okay, but as long as we have that option in the future,
Yes.
that's what I want to
Yes.
take a look at. And the other question I had is when rents can be raised.
Oh, the rents, yeah. The county's leases traditionally and today do not restrict leases, thinking that people's business sense is going to keep them from raising rates beyond the point where they will be driving their customers away. That it's very difficult for the board to be in a position. I have worked in places where the elected body has to vote on increases in rent, whether it's for a building or slips, and it puts the board in a very unpleasant position. So that's intentionally left to the lessee's discretion.
I think what we did in the last lease with Vintage is we required them to have a kind of a cooling period when it transferred, so that, if individuals needed to move out or whatever, they weren't all of a sudden had a rate increase within a month later.
Yeah, that was Channel Islands Harbor Marina during the transfer period for reconstruction. Yeah, we do not have a rent freeze during the pre-construction period in this lease. I mean, if that's something you want to consider, we could take that up.
Okay.
Madam Chair?
Yes,
Quick
Supervisor
comment.
Michaels.
I don't want to drag this on because unfortunately it's been dragged on for years. But, just a quick comment as someone who's owned a business. You have a business person who will be replacing me, and I think it's a very slippery slope for us to interfere with our private partners and their business acumen. The only way we interfere is when they fail and we take back the lease. We're not running that business. We really don't know what the market is. They do. Profit is not a dirty word. It happens in business. It has to happen. And so I think that we need to be, or you as the board when this comes back, need to be extremely cautious about putting restrictions on or in any way interfering with the business processes of our private partners. They are investing millions of dollars. Yes, they're going to make a profit, but they have to invest first, and that's not free money to them. So I think that, if I could leave a caution, and I certainly hope that the supervisor-elect agrees with this, that we need to be grateful for our private partners. We need not to interfere with them. If there's a problem, we need to come down on them, and quickly, so the county is not left in a bad way. The lessees that we have right now are one of the best groups of business persons that I have ever worked with or ever met. They are such an asset to this county and to the harbor that I would hope that we can try to rebuild trust and friendship and a spirit of working together and not against one another. I hope that that happens after I'm gone.
And I just wanted to finish with saying that we also have to recognize this is a public harbor, and that when you do have exorbitant rents or rent increases, we're the ones that hear about it. And we have some duty, I believe, to keep this accessible to the public and make sure that we don't outprice the people that are there currently. I don't have a problem with this because regarding that 25%, we're getting to that 25%, but it will be upon the replacement of the slip. So again, we're putting that carrot out there, that incentive to see that we get some improvement and revitalization down at the harbor. We have a motion, I believe, on the floor and a second. Supervisor Bennett, did you want to comment?
I sort of would like to officially move the recommended action. We are hearing the same issues over and over again. These same issues have been investigated by the district attorney, by the grand jury, by our county council. I think it's really clear that the lessee has crossed swords with Supervisor Flynn, and so we'll continue to hear this. The only rhetorical question I would ask is, this lease is a significant improvement over our old lease, and how much revenue did we lose because over the years we've been stuck in poor leases, and we've had a lot of poor leases that we've been stuck in that were negotiated 10 and 15 and 20 years ago. So we're at least making progress. It is always difficult to change old leases to new, better leases, and so I'd move the recommended action.
We've got the motion second again, and look forward also to having this come back so we can discuss slip sizes too. Yes, Supervisor Flynn?
I'm going to vote, let me start all over. My mic wasn't on. Let me commend the board for handling this issue in almost a civil way as compared to when I first brought the issues up. Complete change, I think, in board discussion, much more civil, maybe with the exception of one. But I appreciate that. It's not easy to bring these issues up. Let me just go through a little bit for you, if you will. The DA did see no problem here, but I did raise the question about a conflict of interest with the DA, and I think he should have sent my material on to the Attorney General of California because the DA had a conflict, a definite conflict. As far as the grand jury is concerned, the county council is the legal advisor to the grand jury. The county council should have recused himself in this issue. The DA is also the legal advisor. And when you go to say as the county council, we could not interfere in this transfer, the county council has written emails about that and opinions about that and said that and so forth. But the question is, how did Oxnard Marinas LP / Almar receive the lease? It was transferred to them. What took place to cause them to receive the lease? In my discussions with Channel Islands Harbor Investment Company, they're gone now, but in my discussions, they say to me that we had no choice, we had to do it. Think about it. How did they get there? What events took place to get them in that position, them being the Oxnard Marinas LP? As far as the capability of Almar, they're very capable. I think they're excellent. I'm talking about process here. When you're dealing with public land and public water that is owned by the taxpayers, you have to be very, very careful. In this case, we're not being very, very careful. I think the chair made the point about public-private. This is not a private marina. You've got to be sensitive about the public. You've got to be sensitive about all levels of the public, not just the rich, being able to use that harbor. And I see we're going in a direction that's going to change the participation of the general public in the harbor. It's changing. It's going in a direction that I don't think is very good. I raised questions for the board members and even put them in the paper, and they published them. But I've never received an answer to my questions from any of the board members of the questions that I raised. Let me make sure I've covered everything. So I'm really concerned about the process here. The process. I've made my point about the DA and the grand jury. Think about it. Please look into it. As far as Ms. Michaels' comments to me, think about them. Think about how she's taken my constituents and just torn them apart for 4 years. And then wonder this question. Ask yourself this question. Why did she only get 28% of the vote? I registered my vote as a no.
Thank you. So we do have the motion and the second. I see only one objection on the floor, and so that passes 4-1. And we'll move on now to our next agenda item, and that's item 32. We have just a couple minutes left, and then we'll go to our 9:30 time certain. This is with the Human Services Agency regarding some staffing allocations.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board, Mr. Johnston. This is a good news item, I believe. Every year we get, usually we get more allocations from the state and federal government for our programs than we had anticipated in our budget process in June. And this year is no exception. In fact, it's a very good year both for child welfare services and workforce development, as well as our realignment. As you can see from the board letter, we are increasing our direct aid for clients in our foster care clothing allowance from $80 annually to $180. Our general relief grant increase from a modest increase from $296 per year to $310, which has not been increased since 1998. Continued funding for the foster care kinship respite program that was previously grant funded, and which we had discussed in the budget hearings in June, that I promised to bring this back before you. We also have new and required allocation program activities. We have 9 new children and family services positions we are requesting to support foster care eligibility and basic services that fit with our children's child welfare system's outcome improvement plan allocation. We got new money for that. There's no county cost. We have one new community service worker position for our in-home supportive services public authority, which you hear a lot about. This will help us process our background checks, ensure that our providers are safe for the recipients. 14 new positions for ongoing maintenance of CalWIN. You heard earlier, it's a big program. It's a risky program for the county. Again, we are able to shift realignment funds, so there's no net county cost. And we got an increased allocation of $214,000 in workforce development core grants to replace programs that we had thought we would going to need to cut. No associated positions with them. Finally, another item we had talked about last June was adult protective services, and we're pleased to bring a recommendation before you to add 5 new positions, including 3 APS social workers that will approximate the benchmark of 25 in our caseloads. these are all continuous funding. They're not fixed term. This presents good news, I think, for the county. Be happy to entertain any questions.
Do we have any questions? Do you have a question?
Comments?
Okay, I was wondering if you could look at address a little bit the direct costs.
The direct costs on those, the foster care clothing allowance? And
Well, you have several position allocations. Some, I understand, have some direct costs.
Oh, for the county general fund?
Yes.
Direct costs?
Yes, exactly.
What we're doing is, what we've worked out with the CEO is we had an increase in our realignment funding, which is under Social Services Trust Fund. It replaced county property tax funding in 1991 under Governor Wilson. What we're able to do is, because we have increased revenues coming in there, is make a shift between county general fund and the realignment and replace the county general fund cost that had been approved and appropriated in the June budget.
Okay, so the funds are there. It doesn't
Yes.
require any additional funds. Just
Correct.
to-
No cost.
Quick question.
Supervisor Michael's question.
Since you said that none of these positions are fixed term, is that increase guaranteed out into the future?
Guaranteed is a tough word, but we
Well,
have
but you know how I feel about it.
Yes, I know. Yes, it's as reliable as our state grants have been, and we find that the legislature and the government have been quite supportive of the ongoing funding. We do not anticipate there's any risk in cuts in the future. So these are just increased allocations.
Okay, because I know in the healthcare agency, we've had some issues with, not getting allocations raised or even have them lessened. And so this is a lot of positions, and yes, there's no hit to the county general fund, but there will be if this funding for some reason collapses. So.
Right, and I believe I take my responsibility on your behalf seriously to not put the county in jeopardy in any way on those positions or the employees who might have to be laid off. So very sensitive about that.
Thank you.
We can talk a little bit about the services that we will be able to extend now, too. And then Supervisor Bennett?
Sure.
I guess, just in response to this, if realignment funding ever goes away, we're all in trouble.
I understand,
but it's a little bit like saying if state revenue dries up, we're going to be in trouble also. I mean, I think that's where we are with the realignment. So I am happy to see there's a bushel basket full of things here, and I'm happy to see that you're addressing all of these with realignment funds in terms of being able to move forward. I'd like to call particular attention, just because we need to keep publicizing this. We have 700 children in our foster care program. The clothing allowance used to be $80 and going up to $100. If anybody in Ventura County is clothing their children for $80, please bring them in here and show everybody else, what can happen. I shouldn't say if anybody. There are some people that are actually doing that at $80. But if we're trying to encourage people to become foster parents, and then we turn around and say, in addition to this, you're not going to receive adequate funding from for those expenses. It just is one more hurdle for us to get over as we try to recruit and encourage people to become foster families. So I welcome this, and at the same time, I think we ought to clearly recognize this is still an inadequate amount, given what all the expenses are. But everybody that takes on foster children takes on a considerable financial burden, as well as taking on all of the responsibilities of being a foster parent. So we should be really grateful to those foster parents for being willing to step up and do that in this situation. This just highlights it. But overall, a good, efficient stretching of the realignment funds here between the CalWIN program, the in-home support services program. We're always challenged there with that. And I think Supervisor Michaels makes a really good point. We have to be constantly sensitive of that issue in terms of how steady will our funding be. We already see the legislative analysts starting to say, we don't have nirvana long term down the road ahead of us budget wise, and that's not a surprise to any of us. So with that, I'd move the recommended action.
Second.
And a second.
I have one quick question,
Yes.
and perhaps for the CEO, and maybe he'll cover that in his presentation coming up, on the decrease in the general fund contingency. We started out the year with $2 million in that. This is $131,000 decrease. Kind of what's the status on it? But you can tell us later.
We're actually going to be getting a budget update, aren't we?
Yeah. Well, I can give you a quick answer on it. I believe the actual number is overall up between the pluses and the minuses.
It's about 2.2 million right now.
Oh, good.
And this particular transaction, it's a bookkeeping issue. It takes it out of contingency and puts it back in. So there's no net effect in this particular transaction.
Okay.
That's what I
Let me
Right, I
just
see that.
make one
Yes.
comment. The city with the heart, Oxnard, has the most children being served by residents in Oxnard.
That's correct, yes.
Thank you. So we do have a motion and a second. Seeing no objection, then that passes. Thank you for the report.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Good things to come. It's always nice to see. We'll go now to our 9:30 time certain, and the first time certain item is a report on HIV/AIDS, and we have Dr. Levin here. Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board, Mr. Johnson. I'm here today to ask that your board receive and file the 2006-2007 annual report of the HIV/AIDS Advisory Committee. The report summarizes the current status of AIDS in Ventura County. This is the only HIV/AIDS report made available throughout Ventura County. Some of the facts I'd like to highlight are that as of April of this year, the state of California now requires names reporting, not just of AIDS cases, but of HIV infections as well. Another finding is that HIV and AIDS are continuing to be co-diagnosed with increasing frequency. This number is up to 89% in our county, and this is not good news. This means that we're faced with a situation where we diagnose HIV infection late at a time when we can't do anything about preventing it from going on to AIDS cases. The third recent development is that the CDC is now recommending routine HIV testing for hospitalized patients, with the consent for that testing included in the routine consent form. There would be an opt-out clause for those who were opposed to being tested. Of the 10 recommendations in this document, the two that I think I'd like to point out as most important are: one, to continue to support prevention, education, and outreach for high-risk groups, and second, to continue to support HIV education in Ventura County schools. One of the reasons that we asked to have this received and filed today is because on December 1st, it's World AIDS Day, and we were hoping to have this report available to pass out for that occasion. So thank you very much for your consideration.
Could you answer, or do you know why we're seeing these late findings that people with HIV most of them already have AIDS, that we're not being able to identify them earlier? And that's been a change, as I understand.
It's an increasing problem over the years, and we present three of the three most recent years here, and you can see that increase. And it's a mystery to us. We don't know.
Thank you.
Additional way to communicate with parents, because the first responsibility of parents is with the children. And going through the schools is fine, but it's not directly with the parents. They're the ones responsible for the children and their behavior and so forth. And one person told me when I was campaigning 2 years ago that perhaps we need to use electronic signs, billboards, parents, attention parents, here are some things you need to follow with your children. Now, I know all families don't have parents that are responsible, but I think the great majority do. I think we have to communicate somewhat with a way with them that's more direct. Schools, fine, but there's a lot left out because of communication. It's not an easy subject to understand. So if we could think about that, I would appreciate it.
Thank you. We use education as a major tool, and education is an important part of the public health approach. And some of the points you raised, pointing out the difficulties and obstacles, are very true. So we're constantly looking for new ways to educate people.
I appreciate the job you're doing. It's excellent.
Thank you.
And I guess that's one of the reasons why they want to do testing when you go to a hospital, make it kind of, the normal procedure, so you can catch the HIV earlier.
Exactly.
Yes. Thank you. I guess at this point we're looking at a receive and file for the report.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Seeing no objections, that passes. Thank you for coming and sharing.
Excellent report.
Thank you.
Good tool for us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next item is a oral presentation by our County Executive Officer on our first quarter budget.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I sort of feel a bit like Alan Greenspan today, going before Congress. It's just an oral report. I will try to choose my words carefully so as not to inadvertently affect the economy or the stock market.
Yeah.
But he's not there anymore.
Right. Well, that's because he finally retired. It's something that you could look forward to, John. You and I both will retire shortly.
Yeah, well, you stop suggesting it.
Yeah. I guess I would characterize the condition of the county based on the first quarter's review, and this is to borrow a phrase, not an original one. We viewed it cautiously optimistically. We say cautiously because we are not totally in control of our own future. We do have to look to the state of California and the federal government for certain signals. Last week, Elizabeth Hill, the legislative analyst, gave a similar report to the state by saying that this year's budget appears to be in good shape and believe they'll be able to balance one without a major fight, but in the out years they continue to carry a structural deficit. That gets worse with a declining economy, should we have a recession in the next few years, and everything rolls downhill. No pun intended for the legislative analyst. That was Elizabeth Hill, for those of you. Those things do come back to the local government, and the county government, which is a little different than special districts and cities. We are an arm of the state, and so the things that are done in Sacramento more directly affect the outcome and the fiscal condition of the county. Good news is we have Prop 1A, which means they won't be able to sneak up on us like they have done in the past, that there are certain criteria they have to adhere to and certain warnings we will get. The first quarter report is not a great indicator of precisely where we are, but if that report were not to have looked like we were on track, it's a good indicator that we're in trouble. The report shows that we're on track, so I am viewing this as that we should reasonably get through this year, staying balanced and remaining sustainable. There are some issues that I want to talk to you about just briefly this morning, and we talked about these last spring and made a decision not to address them at that time in order for us to get a better fix on just exactly what the size of the dollar size of the issue was. For example, your hospital, we set that up as an enterprise fund, and enterprise sounds like it is a self-sustaining business, but there aren't very many businesses out there that also have the obligation to provide the service even when the customers can't pay. So they're not exactly a business, but it is a cost center, and it does give us a way to function as a business and to measure ourselves in terms of what we receive back for the services provided. Good news is we provide very good service, and further good news is that we probably lead the state in the effort of recovering costs where possible. But the fact is there are some of our customers, in the case of the safety net, that do not have a source to pay us with, and that becomes the burden of the county and your board. We've done reasonably well on that over the years, but during this pension holiday payment that was been much in the papers over the last 5 years, that is when the stock market was doing well, we received credits back and did not have to make our normal pension cost. The county, either consciously or unconsciously over the years, took that credit but did not set anything up within the enterprise fund to deal with the issue when normal costs return. Normal costs have returned, and we did not address it in the spring because we weren't really sure of the impact and the size of the deficit. It was predicted back then, I believe, somewhere we were thinking 9 to 12 million. We have refined the numbers as to what was causing them and the size, and I believe the budget office and the hospital are in agreement that the ongoing structural deficit as of now is about $7 million. That should be dealt with. You know, we have, as a policy, eliminated structural deficit in the general fund. We did not make that contribution to the hospital in order for them to be able to kind of get back up to a balanced budget. So I will be coming back to you in a couple of weeks with an adjustment to the current year's budget to deal with that. And I guess, again, on good news, we are able to deal with it because we did anticipate there would be some number, and the budget will be able to handle that this year. It just has to be
All at once?
well, it's all at once and ongoing. It then creates, this is not a one-time contribution. This is increasing the support for the healthcare system by that amount. Now, going forward from that point, you know, we will have to take a look and see how things are performing and what we can afford to do. But at least at this point, we are just simply paying an incurred debt that we created ourselves for cash flow purposes in the general fund. And so we will be able to deal with that. In addition to that, you have another issue that we don't have to deal with immediately, but in the spring we'll have to revisit, and that is in the sheriff's area. Here's another kind of good news, and then the consequence of the good news. The good news is that your board and the sheriff's office or management addressed the recruitment and retention problem by reopening the labor contract 6 months early and front-loading the salary increase in order to be more attractive and to draw people into our jurisdiction as opposed to having them be recruited and everybody else picking them up because we weren't competitive. So the good news is it is working. In fact, last Friday I attended the graduation, and first large class we've had in a long time, a very good class, 25 new officers and new deputies, and I think the 6 awards that were handed out for excellence, I think 4 of them went to the Sheriff's Department for the new cadets. So we're getting quality and we're getting volume now for a change, and at the same time the Sheriff advises me that the attrition rate is now back to normal, which is, you know, the normal retirements rather than sizable losses he was experiencing. So that's good, but it comes with a price tag. It continues to look good because the Sheriff's Command advises me that they have 25 more cadets ready to be trained and move into service within the next 6 months. So all of that has to now be accommodated in the Sheriff's budget, and we are working with the Sheriff on that. Some of the costs are offset by county city contracts and other ways in which we pay for the labor costs, but it is a sizable number, and it's one we have to deal with, so we should recognize that. We'll be coming back to you shortly. There's another issue that the sheriff brought up last spring, and we waited and have been working with the sheriff trying to determine how we're going to phase it back in, but the issue of the gang suppression unit is still not only important, but rising in importance, and so I'll be coming back in December to make a recommendation to your board to commence that reestablishment. The sheriff, because he's filling his current vacancies, believes he will be able to deploy a couple of the existing staff towards this unit, but it requires, I believe, a minimum of 5, so we'll be coming back with a suggestion of your board increasing authorized positions by 3. And that would allow the sheriff to proceed and start recruiting and setting that up, and it will become part of your base budget in the spring. 2 other items that were left kind of hanging out there. One, the assessor's office is having some issues relating to backlog and staffing levels and training, and your board did authorize 10 additional positions last year, and we absorbed an additional, I'm not sure whether it was 10 or, was it 10 or 20? What was 20? 23, I think. 23 positions. The policy of the county has been when revenues from other jurisdictions dry up, we reduce the program locally. Well, the state of California had been paying for, through a loan and then a grant, about 23 positions in the assessor's office in order to deal with backlog. They cut, in order to balance their budget, that was eliminated. And so our choice was to follow your policy would normally have been to reduce the assessor's office by the 23 positions and just suffer the backlog. Instead of doing that, we absorbed those and funded them along with the 10 new ones. So now the assessor has an additional problem on his hands, that not only the staffing level, but the training of that staff to be able to address the more complex assessments. So we're talking with the assessor, and we may in December also have a recommendation for you to increase the allocations, not necessarily any funding at this point, at a higher level, in the hopes that we can attract some trained people into the system that will be able to alleviate some of the commercial assessments, which is becoming a big issue for the assessor. And then I won't say last because there's never a last, but for now, last, the auditor's office. Over the last few years, we worked on upgrading our payroll system because it had become antiquated and it needed to be revised. That has been taken care of, but there is more to the financial system than just the payroll and what we currently do to keep track of what we're doing. And so we are in support of the auditor's request last spring to do a needs assessment, and that is to find out what we need, what it will take, how much will it cost. That's a major undertaking. It's a one-time expense, but at least then we would have the information so that in the spring, hopefully, or at least as rapidly as we can get the information, we'd be in a position to make a recommendation based upon what we can afford to upgrade the system that not only tracks how we're spending the money, but gives us the kind of information to make management decisions and to help your board make policy decisions. So those are the key issues that are facing us. They were facing us last spring. We held off to get a better fix on what it would take, and we believe that most of that, if not all of it, can be handled within the existing budget and with some revenues that, I don't know what we call them, unanticipated, but realized revenues such as being reimbursed for our election by the state will allow us to, if we redivert that money towards the auditor's efforts, I think we can do this all and still have a balanced budget at the end of the year and a sustainable budget for to the future. I'll wind it up with two areas where we have to be mindful. One is in the health care and the other is in safety. I'm taking the latter one first. The jail overcrowding issue is something that has to be addressed. It's not something that you have to do, on Monday morning. But the sheriff is already working on the redesign of the expansion of the last pod. I think it's the last pod out at Todd Road. It's a multi-year effort, and when the bill comes due to both construct, service the debt, and to operate the jail, we're looking into something in $23 million annually. So one of the things your board did last year was doing the set aside. We weren't living to the hilt, to the maximum of what the income was, and we're trying to preserve that so that in the springtime we can start looking at that as one possible way of funding the jail expansion, which is going to happen within the next 5 years. The other issue that faces you, we are in the healthcare business, and we do run a hospital. There is an earthquake retrofitting requirement, seismic protection, and while that doesn't have to be done, I think, till is it 2013 or something, and those dates can slip, and we are working with the state about possible bonding in order to be able to do that. This is a major issue statewide. It still has to be looked at, and the price tag on that, while the operating costs will not be substantially changed, the debt service on what has to be done to retrofit the hospital is sizable. So those are the things that are out there. We will be back to your board in early December with a couple of adjustments to this year's budget, and then we will start building these other factors into your budget process that starts after the first of the year, in January.
Supervisor Flynn, you have a question?
Just a comment, maybe a couple of comments. The question I have is, we've been undergoing cost shifts from the state to local government for a number of years. Some of it's been kind of like this. it seems to me, as I recall, the state and federal government provided about 50% of the money that counties use to carry out programs. Is that still the case, or is it changing, the percentage, total percentage?
I don't have the percentages, but my guess it's more than 50% if you figure all the special money. Paul, do you have any kind of a sense?
But the reason for my question, I want to see how much the state passing down programs to local government has affected that percentage contribution of, say, 50% to local government from the feds and the state.
Yeah, I can tell you right now, we can get that information for you for sure, but we have about $850 million budget in the general fund and about $290 million of general purpose revenues. The rest is direct revenue from state, federal, or direct charge revenue. We can break that out for you and get that information.
Okay, just so kind of a signal for me. And then the issue on safety, the sheriff sent out an email maybe 2 months ago or something about the issue in the unincorporated area simply not having enough coverage. And his email came to me and I think the other board members about the time that this individual was shot dead in an alley in El Rio. And in looking at the coverage of sheriff's coverage of the unincorporated area, it really needs to be looked at carefully to see if we are providing the kind of safety the unincorporated area needs. Cities, contract cities, simply buy the service, and they buy as much as they want. But we're talking about the unincorporated area now, where it's the county funds. The other area about the sheriff is they're putting in a lot more time, and it's needed, on major climatic change. I use that rather than global warming because people can see it. Major climatic change is causing lots and lots of issues that we have to be prepared for. And the sheriff is spending an increasing amount of time on those, like tsunami, for example, like the issue you held in the Santa Clara Valley about flooding. So, where does that fall in the priority of things? I just think that it's very important that we are prepared. You can't stop, say, a tsunami, but you can certainly have an early warning system that allows people to get away. And those are all kind of costly things to do. So that's just some of my concerns.
Thank you. Any other comments? Well, that's a good heads up. Know what we're facing in when the next budget cycle comes around again. I want to just point out, I know I've been seeing people in the audience that I believe are here for item 34. And it's my guess that we're not going to be getting to that until about 1 o'clock, because we are still looking at our 9:30 items, then we have to go to our 10 o'clock items at 10:30 and 11, then we got lunch. And so just to give you a heads up, I'm not looking at doing item 34 until about 1 o'clock, so you don't have to stick around for 3-4 hours. All right, so we'll now move on to our next 9:30 time certain. This is item 22. This is an update from the County Clerk Recorder, Phil Schmidt, and this is, I believe, on our elections, our just recently held elections. I appreciate you bringing this up as an agendized item so we can ask questions and potentially some recommendations.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board, Mr. Johnston. I am back this week to give you a little more of an update and to answer questions on our recent election. I am happy to report that the majority of our ballot counting is complete. It's not totally complete because we still have provisional ballots and ballots that were damaged generally by the people that voted on them by using whiteout, marking out their voted arrow, and then marking another arrow. Those all have to be checked and rechecked, and a lot of them duplicated and then counted. However, as far as time goes, we have until the 5th of December to certify the election, and we have every reason to believe we will certify the election by December 5th. Right now, that puts us only about 3 or 4 days behind what our previous elections have been. What makes this election most interesting and the focus on the timeliness of counting ballots is the close races that we have had. We had 3 city council races that showed one way on election night, and then with the counting of the ballots shifted. We had a 4th district race that is on everybody's mind that reported one way on election night, and then on the counting of the absentee ballots it shifted. We can pretty much assume that it's going to continue to go that way and should not shift back. I can't guarantee it, but the fact that the focus was on those races made everyone realize how much time is taken in counting the absentee ballots. We want to do it right. We want to do it fair. When I was first elected, I promised the citizens of Ventura County that I would continue to conduct fair and impartial elections, and I believe that's what we have done. The fact that we have new voting equipment in our office caused a few concerns because we had more equipment to store, more equipment for the poll workers to use to bundle up and get back to us on election night. We were thinking, do we have enough pickup points? Well, we actually do. The precincts in Ventura bring all of their voting equipment back to us individually. The other cities go to a central drop-off point where they're turned over to the sheriff's department, which in turn brings them in. One of the thoughts that I had was, well, maybe we needed more pickup points. Lo and behold, that was already taken care of by my wonderful election staff. They only had one pickup point, but they had more trucks there, so that as soon as one truck was full, they could bring it in, so that we wouldn't be delayed in counting, say, the city of Simi Valley at the very end of the night when the last precinct got their ballots in. But those are the kind of things that caused delays on the election night, getting the returns out. Once the material was here, it was just a matter of downloading the memory cartridge and putting the numbers out. So that portion of it went very fast. What took a long time was the poll workers getting their material together and getting it to the drop-off point. But we will never, ever, ever be caught off guard again with the number of absentee ballots that were dropped off at the polling places. This was a real learning lesson for us. It was unexpected, and there was just no easy way to deal with it. One of the things that we've talked about already is getting a new software program and machine that would process the absentee ballots in a quicker manner. It might shave 2 or 3 days off of our processing time by using a different software program, and there wouldn't be as much manual intervention in it. Another thing, obviously, was the postage, the size of the ballots. We're looking at solutions for those programs. One of the things that came up last week was the postage. On the return envelope, where the stamp goes, pre-printed on it says, may require up to 87 cents postage. So the people, when they put their stamp on it, would know that maybe one 39-cent stamp wasn't enough. Another thing is that in the return address area, it's printed that we must have the ballot by the close of polls on election day. And we said, maybe we need to put that in a different color to make sure that it stands out. And we're looking at things like that to help speed up the process. We still have approximately 5,200 provisional ballots to look at and process. Every single one of them is a labor-intensive manual process because we have to make certain that the person is eligible to vote, that the person was in the right area. If they were not in the right precinct, which one of or which races on their ballots are eligible to be counted. So that's a slower process, but it is going on. We had approximately 9,000 of what we call outstack ballots, and those are the ones where I said the voter messed up the ballot in some manner, and we've been working on those also. One of the things that came up last week, Mr. Williams asked us about military ballots. Those go out 60 days prior to the election day. The first ones that go out, we had 730 military ballots in the U.S., 427 military ballots that went overseas, and 791 non-military citizen ballots that went overseas. The military and civilian ballots that go overseas are allowed to be faxed back to us. So there's no problem with postage, no problem with them getting back to us on time. California law requires that they be in our hand by the close of polls on election day. There are some states that allow a longer period of time, that allow a postmark. I think Florida is one of them. We've seen what happens with Florida elections before. I don't know that that has any bearing on us, but we do have to follow the California law on that, and they do have to be in our hand by the close of the polls on election day. I think at this point we owe a great debt of gratitude to Mr. Browning and his staff for the way he has pushed them. And maybe the staff don't feel that way, but he has been on top of this from the very beginning right on through today. And I know that daily updates would have been nice, but that meant that we would have had to have stopped counting ballots an hour and a half prior to the close of the doors because they can only be counted during normal work hours when the public has access to come in and watch the process. So they have done a tremendous job down there, brought in a lot of extra help, and unfortunately we couldn't bring more because we had no room. I mentioned that last week, and since that time we've been contacted by GSA, who has come up with approximately 7,500 square feet of warehouse space for us that we will probably be utilizing to help store our equipment. This doesn't negate the problem of not having enough room, but it does help us considerably, at least for the time being. I think we still need to look for a processing center for elections so that when the ballots come in, they just go to one place. The equipment comes into just one place. It's more efficient to have everything together than to have it spread out over 2 or 3 areas. And again, we have to make sure that we have room for the public to come in and watch the processing if necessary. So, like I said, we intend on having our election certified on time. It's going to be a rough run right down to the very end, but we're going to get it done. So I'll be happy to answer any questions.
And the questions begin. Supervisor Michaels?
Just in reference to the processing center that you just spoke about, would it be your intent and desire to have that on the government center campus, or could it legally and efficiently be located off this campus?
It could be located off this campus. I just don't know where on this campus we would have room to take over the size of an area necessary to keep it all together in one spot.
What kind of square footage are you talking about? I won't hold you to it. Just give me a ballpark.
Well, a baseball park ideally should also include the clerk and recorder's offices too, so that all three of the divisions are together. And we're probably looking at 25,000, 30,000 square feet easily.
Okay, so it's your intention, I guess, to be completely off-site and move everything out of the basement into a different location. You weren't just talking about a processing center and warehouse for that one function every 2 years.
Ultimately, no. To begin with, yes, that would work. But ultimately, it would be nice to be able to have a hall of records where the recorder, the clerk, and elections were all together, because we interact with the exception of elections. But I also don't want to be running back and forth from off-campus to on-campus, and ideally it would be best to be on-campus because we're part of the county family. I'd love it here. If you want to build a 3-story parking structure and give me more space or something, I could build a building.
Yeah, but can you pay for it, Mr. Assessor?
I do have trust fund money available.
Okay. Good, we will raid that.
You can't raid it, but I can spend it.
Okay. Now, I think yeah, right. I think that the reason I asked the question is it needs to be on the public record, and I think it needs for the board that will be here in the future to understand really what your needs are. And as a laughable aside, I have a hall of records in my Department 56 Christmas house collection. So I may just have to give that to you so you can look at it for a while until you can get your own. But I think I really hope that the board works with you because it's one of the vital functions of county is the clerk recorder, the hall of records, as you would, and of course certainly elections. So it'll be interesting to watch over the next few years to see how it can be resolved.
Yeah, absolutely, and I must say that I have had wonderful cooperation from the board with things that we have needed, and I really appreciate that. It's made my job much easier.
Thank you.
Well, thank you for the report.
Supervisor Flynn?
Yeah, thank you. I think the 87 cents probably caused the absentee issue that you spoke of, where people delivered their ballots to the polling place.
I believe it did, too. Some people didn't want to pay it, but they would still spend $3 in gas to go drop it off.
Right, I know that. But I said it's kind of like a poll tax, so we have to be very careful of that. And I want to say this again. I said it last week. The elections department is well run.
Thank you.
Got some excellent people working there who are very dedicated to elections because that's one of the most important functions we serve here. And probably, I don't know this for sure, your service needs to be in the county seat, I think, in Ventura somewhere. I don't know if that's the case or not, but you might want to look into that. I think that's all.
Thank you.
I've just been given a card. Why don't I go to the card and then go back to board comments and questions?
Okay.
Carol Dean Williams, you have 27 seconds. All right, we're going to give you 30.
Well, thank you. I'll campaign for you. Okay, my question was partially answered. See, a new item came up about them being faxed. My original question was any of them received past the date that wouldn't be counted? So Phil, if you could break that question down into how many was faxed versus mail, and if any had to be discarded. And one other question that I've never got an answer to, one year in elections, when they sent the results on a proposition to the state, I was told the wrong button was flipped and the vote was just the opposite. Could you address that, Phil, of how a computer transmission and a switch, or explain how that could be flipped just the opposite to change the outcome?
Thank you, Mr. Williams. We'll go back to, would you like to answer his questions, then we'll go back to the board?
I can't answer his questions, but I can certainly find out and get the information to him, if that would be okay, Mr. Williams.
Thank you.
And we'll look into that. As far as the proposition goes, I'm totally unaware of that. I think it must have been before my time. I'll blame somebody, but I'll find out.
Thank you. And Supervisor Long, you had a question too?
Yes, I know that in my precinct that the workers had made quite a list, couple pages of notes of issues, and I would hope, and I know that you will, that you'll be collecting all of those from all of the precinct and the poll workers, so that we can look at them, and some of them some very good ideas or suggestions, at least on face value, and I would expect that over the next 2 years before the next significant election that we can hear back from you as to status of how we're going to manage the next election, how you're going to manage it, what improvements you've seen.
I like that we.
And what the and also what the, as you discussed, what the long-term needs will be. So,
yeah, I'll be happy to do that. And as far as the notes go, we also received a lot of suggestions after the primary, which was just kind of a tune-up on a much lower level than the general election was. And there were a lot of really good ideas that we did incorporate in this election, which I think made it go a little bit smoother. We had a lot less problems this time than we did the last time.
Good. Well, and I know everyone has worked very hard and appreciate the work. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Flynn, you had a question?
I just, in the election for 2008, if you still have a room problem, I'd be happy to dedicate some of my office space.
Thank you.
Mr. Flynn, I think we would take over the whole office. You would need to find somewhere else to work.
I meant that as kind of a joke.
Oh, okay. So did I. I thought you were going to be vacated by then anyway. You know, I heard something about retirement.
No, I'd be happy to count my own ballots.
Supervisor Bennett has a question too.
Thank you. The music to my ears was when you said, things were a lot better than they were at the primary, and I think we all want to make sure that in 2008 things are better even still. I think that's by then they really need to be. It's going to be an important election, and we really need to get there. I mean, my sense is we have a really good, hardworking elections department that just got hit with all kinds of new stuff because of changes that we didn't really ask for. Quite frankly, you guys were telling us we were doing great with the old system. We weren't having hanging chads or anything else, and you would have probably been delighted to stay with that. We wouldn't have this, but this was change forced on us, and change always causes some of these problems. So with that, I think the most important thing is how fast is our learning curve, and to make sure that we get things right. So just pass on the things that a lot of people contacted my office, election day, election night, day after, and so I just want to pass these things on. The issues, AV mail-out problems that we had, what kind of safeguards we do to make sure that doesn't happen. I know you're paying attention to a number of things there. Decreasing the manual handling, the way you lay the ballot out could influence how much it has to be manually handled and therefore cause errors. Election day machine problems. I had a lot of frantic calls on election day about the machine's not counting, and and my vote's not going to count, and people wanting to wait and make sure their vote counted. That probably, out of everything, probably increased people's concerns about sort of the integrity of the process. So I just offer, we really want to make sure that election day those problems. Speed is one thing, but malfunctioning on the day of the election really creates that sense of integrity. The AV mail-out return, trying to get the AV ballots returned, you're paying attention. What do we do about the postage question? How much do we make it real clear on the outside of the envelope this has to be received by rather than mailed by, that kind of stuff. Precinct reporting timelines. Harder for precinct workers today to pack up their machinery than it was 5 years ago because there's a lot more machinery. So does that mean we need more help? We need more assistance? We need more, something there. And then just your prepping for the crunch of AV ballots being delivered on Election Day. Like you said, you won't get caught short again. You'll do that. When it comes to the issue of more room, I would offer just from a priority standpoint, I think we really ought to prioritize. You need more room at election time to be able to count those ballots. So if we have limited resources, the first thing is to make sure you have enough extra room at election time. I hear you saying that it would be nice to have more room permanently all the time, and I would offer nice is different than the necessity as we're prioritizing our expenditures. It might be nice for you to not have to drive back and forth, but from a priority standpoint, we have to make sure that you have enough room that 2008 election day, you can handle that crunch of those ballots that come in. I'm not telling you anything I think that you haven't heard. I just want to emphasize those are the things I've heard from the public. I want to make sure that I get them out there on the record and compliment you. I talked to Mr. Browning a number of times on Election Day, and each time, as I was saying, hey, residents are calling me, he said, we're on it, and he was always on it. And so I think that we're heading the right direction. The real test, though, and I know you feel this, is that 2008, we probably have to have a significantly improved election over where we are right now for the voters' confidence. I want to pass it on. Thank you very much for taking the time for this update today.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
And if I may.
Just a quick comment.
Sure, go for it.
I know that you're very aware of all of the issues, and you're doing an excellent job. Just keep in mind that you will have a majority of the board up for re-election in 2008, so they're going to be watching over your shoulder very closely.
And they're going to want the returns fast.
As will you. I'm glad to see that you will be changing that envelope to add when the ballots are due, on Election Day at your office, not postmarked. So I think that's good, because that was some of the questions that I received. I remember during the primary, I had a poll worker come over, and he wasn't able to come election night until around 10 or 10:30, and I was surprised that, because the polls closed at 7, right? 8, excuse me, how it took so long. But he explained you have to totally break down the whole polling place, and then I imagine that's when the ballots go also. So the question I have, in terms of speeding the process up, wouldn't it be helpful to pick up the ballots, separately from the entire setup at the polling place?
I don't think so, because the ballots and the memory cards need to be kept together. They need to be kept with the machines that actually do the count. In regards to the touch screen units that are for the visually impaired and people who cannot make a mark, they have a paper trail that goes right along with it. Those have to be returned at the same time, and they're attached to the machine. So, the machine has to actually be taken apart, folded up, closed up like a suitcase, and it just takes time. I think probably one of the things that helped add to the time in this particular election, and probably in the primary also, was the fact that the way they do their tally is different than the way they used to do the tally with the old data vote system. And on the data vote system, everything could be packed up and put inside the ballot box. There was just one thing to be concerned with in getting back to the pickup place. Now there is quite a lot more. But we will look at anything we can do to make closing the polls easier and faster for the poll workers. We don't want them there until 10 o'clock or 11 o'clock or 12 o'clock. We want to get them out of there as quickly as we can and get the material back.
So you'll
here.
look at that.
Oh, absolutely.
And also, there were a lot of nervous candidates. Unfortunately, we did have close races and delay, and that combination really put a lot of stress on your
Me.
employees, yourself, the candidates, and all. But I think it would also be helpful. You knew when you were going to be posting the change of the election with the absentees coming in. It might be nice to, put that at the tops of your screen, saying next count will be at, so that people at least know when they will next be able to see election updates. So that's just another suggestion. And I just also have to say, we know your employees were working very hard, and unfortunately, because we did have these close races in the new system, they had a little bit more pressure on them, and we get a lot of negative stuff coming out, but we realize that they're doing it right, and they're doing the best that they can, and we now look at some changes that we can make for 2008 to assure that we don't have as much delay.
Absolutely.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
just
Supervisor
one more
Miller.
comment, and I think I mentioned this last time, but I'd certainly be willing to work with you through the County Board of Education and Chuck Weiss's shop and his board. Most of the high schools in junior and senior year have community service goals for the students, and I know my son's involved with the community service club, and to look at those high school graduates who are going to turn 18 and in their senior year, both as a community service project that they get credit for, but also the value of bringing them into the election process in the system. So see if we can help to beef that up for both volunteers and for the mutual benefit.
Yes. We had over 300 high school students work with us in this election, and I think a lot of them will be back. And I think it's important to get them started now, because we're losing a lot of poll workers as they get older and they walk in and see a computer sitting there, or something that looks like a computer, or a optical scan machine. They don't know quite what to think. I have to have my daughter program my phone. And so these younger people that are coming in are technically savvy. And if they go away to college, and when they come back, if they're a registered voter, and I think they will be, especially if they've worked in the polling places, it'll be easier to get them in to work in our polling places. So we have to get a changeover from the retired senior citizens to people that can possibly get the day off, that understand a little bit more, and that can go through the training and then help us. They can take care of some of those problems. As I mentioned last week, the majority of the mechanical and technical problems were caused from human error, and it was when the polls were first set up. And we've already figured out how to prevent that from happening again. And most of them were corrected within the first 20 minutes to a half an hour, once we knew what to look for. And so we won't have that problem again facing us, because that jammed our phone lines, and we couldn't get to everybody quickly enough to tell them what to do. I even fixed a couple of the problems myself when I was out in the field. My own polling place had the same problem. And once I got there and saw what happened, I knew immediately, open the door. That's all you have to do, open that flap. Well, that flap is probably coming off.
Okay, thank you.
And that will solve that
Well,
problem.
I'd like to, we do have to move our meeting along. We're running a little bit late, but really appreciate you coming forward and answering our questions, and we look forward to a better process next time.
2 weeks in a row you've had to shut me up. So,
thank you.
Thank you for allowing us to do this.
Thank you. We have a last 9:30 time certain item, and this is a report on our investments for the month ending October 31st. Do we have a motion? We have a motion and a second, and seeing no objections, that passes. Our next item is our first 10 a.m. item. The board's still willing to keep going here. We'll move to open a public hearing on our Land Conservation Act contracts, and we have our staff to present this, Ms. Beulah?
Madam Chair, board members, and Mr. Johnson, my name is Julie Bulla. I'm the Land Conservation Act Program Planner with the Ventura County Planning Division. The item before your board at this time is the 2006 contract proposals, which include 14 new Land Conservation Act, which are 10-year contracts, the rescission from 7 existing LCA contracts into 12 new contracts, and a portion non-renewal of an existing LCA contract. Exhibit 3 that you have in your board packet shows the location of these proposals. Item A before you is contingent upon approval, recordation of a parcel map waiver, lot line adjustment. Item B is contingent upon approval of a zone change, ZN 06-0004. Item H is contingent upon approval, recordation of a parcel map waiver, large lot subdivision. And item I is contingent upon approval, recordation of a parcel map waiver, large lot subdivision as well, to legalize an existing illegal lot. And lastly, item L is contingent upon approval of zone change 06-0007 and approval, recordation of a parcel map waiver, lot line adjustment. With recordation of the 2006 contract proposals, there would be a net gain in the LCA contract program of approximately 540 acres of LCA contracted land countywide. And this net acreage recognizes the 61 acres that's included in the portion non-renewal of LCA contract 51-5.35A. Using the data that was provided in the 2006 subvention report, which a summary of was included as Exhibit 4 to your board packet, the portion non-renewal, in conjunction with all the other non-renewed contracts in the county, reduces the total number of contracted acreage in the county to approximately 125,652 acres. The addition of the 601 acres of contracted land in conjunction with the current portion non-renewal and the previously non-renewed contracts increases the total acreage of contracted land in the county to approximately 126,250 acres. Exhibit 5 that was passed out to you shows the location of all the entire non-renewals that will terminate by the year 2011 and 2015, and the resulting loss of agricultural acreage from the Land Conservation Act program. On October 26th of this year, the Planning Commission met and considered the 2006 LCA contract proposals and recommended that your board adopt the proposed findings and take the actions for items A through 0 that are indicated in Exhibit 10, which is the Planning Commission resolution, and listed on the first and second pages of your board letter. I would direct your board to the first and second pages of your board letter. The Planning Commission does recommend that your board take the actions that are identified in items 1 through 13 that are listed on the first and second pages, and these actions include adoption of all the proposed findings for items A through O as described in the Planning Commission staff report, that your board adopt the resolution that's included as Exhibit 11, approving the expansion of Agricultural Preserve 4-1, that your board approve and authorize the chair of the board to sign and execute the new LCA contracts designated in the Planning Commission staff report as items A through O, that your board adopt the proposed zone change findings set forth in Section F of the staff report, and adopt the proposed ordinances that are included as Exhibit 6 and 8 that amend the Ventura County non-coastal zoning ordinance to reflect zone change 06-0004 and zone change 06-0007. And these two zone changes would become effective upon the recordation of the associated LCA contracts. And lastly, that your board adopt the proposed findings for item K that is set forth in the Planning Commission staff report, and that you approve the notice of non-renewal for a portion of contract 51-5.35. Are there any questions of staff?
Not seen any. Do we have any comments? Do we have any cards? I don't have any public comment cards. Okay, at this time,
just to make a comment that this LCA is still a very viable, strong program in Ventura County, and much of that acreage is prime land.
That's correct.
It's nice to see the number go up, too.
Yes, it is.
Supervisor Bennett?
And Madam Chair, if I could, I know that the issue of SOAR is, some people support it, some people don't, but I would just offer that if 10 years ago, if you ask somebody, hey, 10 years from now, we would have more land going into LCA contracts in Ventura County, I suspect that the average citizen would not think that was going to be the case. SOAR may or may not be the cause, but I think it's really heartening to see that we have stabilized in terms of essentially the acreage in LCA contracts. In most other counties, this is not the case. In most other counties, land is going out of LCA contracts and primarily for development.
Yeah, and particularly in urban counties. At this point, I'm going to close the public hearing and entertain a motion.
Madam Chair? I'll second it. I just had a comment that, and certainly I agree with Supervisor Bennett, that it's a good thing to have an increase in the LCA contracted lands. But I think that a lot of the credit needs to go with the ag industry, who has successfully found a way to stay in farming and ranching in this county. I personally don't believe that the majority of those in our county ag industry want to put their land up for sale, want to leave agriculture. There are some extenuating circumstances always, and I think that we need to be extremely proud of the industry in our county, because they've found a way to stabilize, to be successful, to increase the bottom line, which is not a bad thing, and I think that all the outside peripheral stuff that we do as policymakers at times can be very important to them and to the continued success of agriculture in this county. And I just think that oftentimes we talk in terms of the land and what's going on with it. Is it being sold? Is it being developed? Whatever. But there's more to it than that, and that's the farming and ranching families in this county. And so I just kind of wanted to say that. I know we've got some representatives out there, and we certainly know all the big names in the county, and it would be my hope that they have continued success and that agriculture remains our #1 industry in this county. Thank you.
I believe we have a motion, and you were the second, and there's no objection to this, no other comments, then this, as I can see, passes unanimously. Thank you. It is a lot of work. It's nice to see the support coming from the state to help pay for that, as well as from the county.
Well, she is highly capable, too.
Yes, very experienced in agriculture issues, too. We are now ready to go to our 10:30 time certain. I would like to ask if we take a 5-minute break before. Okay, so we'll be back in 5 minutes. Get going here at the board. We'll come back into session. And our first item before us is our 10:30 item, and this is regarding a zone change. So at this point, I'm going to open the public hearing and entertain our staff's recommendations and review.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. We're here to discuss an application for a zone change of an approximately 40.32 acre lot, which is located east of Happy Camp Canyon Road and north of the city of Moore Park. The existing land use designation of the property is open space, and the existing zoning is agricultural exclusive 40 acre minimum lot size. The applicant is proposing to rezone this property from agricultural exclusive to two zoning designations, one of which would be open space, minimum lot size of 20 acres, and the other zone designation would be open space, minimum lot size of 10 acres. And the purpose of the zone change is to accommodate a subdivision of the property which was approved by the Planning Commission on November 9th, subject to your approval of the accompanying zone change. The parcel map, which was applied for on the property and approved by the Planning Commission, would create 3 lots, one of which would be a little over 20 acres in size, and 2 lots, one of which would be 10 acres, and the other one would be a little bit over 10 acres in size. And the proposed zone change would be coterminous with these lots. Some other elements of the project involve approximately 60,000 cubic yards of grading to improve George Road, which is a private agricultural road which provides access from Happy Camp Canyon Road to the project site, as well as resurfacing of the road and the installation of drainage features. A secondary access road from Pecan Avenue in the city of Moore Park to the property has been demonstrated to the Fire Protection District's satisfaction, and if any additional lots were to take access from George Road, the fire department has retained the discretion to require the improvement of the secondary access to Pecan Avenue pursuant to their requirements. The project also involves a couple of restrictive covenants. What the environmental review, or more specifically the traffic report, revealed is that if any uses beyond a primary dwelling would be allowed on each of the 3 lots, it would trigger a cumulatively significant traffic impact to State Route 118. And because there's no mitigation available to mitigate that impact, the applicant has written into the project description a restrictive covenant which would restrict development to just the construction of 1 dwelling unit per lot. All second dwelling units, including farm worker dwelling units, would be prohibited, as well as animal husbandry and keeping uses, which also would have the potential to create a cumulatively significant traffic impact. In addition, the Watershed Protection District, as part of...
Can I ask a question, please?
Yes.
Why would animal husbandry, husbandry potentially increase traffic? Just because a vet might go out there once in a while?
Trips to and from, if there were to be horses kept on site for people who do not occupy the site, basically if future landowners were to be involved with the keeping of other people's horses, there's potential that
so more of a commercial, not just if they kept a horse as their own personal property.
Yes, that is correct. And it was also found that private horse keeping could also potentially create enough traffic which would result in a cumulatively significant impact when combined with the traffic for the dwelling units for each of these lots, as well as the lots which were included in the analysis of cumulative impacts, which you read as part of the mitigated negative declaration.
Good luck with this stuff, buddy. Okay, thank you.
The Watershed Protection District also reviewed the project and found that the project site is located within the East Las Posas hydrological sub-area, about which there's little known in terms of water quality impacts. Now, if one septic system was to be provided on each lot for the primary dwelling, the Watershed Protection District found that that would not trigger significant impact. But if animal keeping uses were to be allowed on the property, as well as additional septic systems for second dwelling units, it could contribute to a cumulative significant impact to groundwater quality. Therefore, those types of uses would be prohibited. Finally, a restrictive covenant would be placed on all of the areas outside of proposed developments. There were actually 3 biological surveys conducted of the property, 1 provided by the applicant and 2 by a consulting biological company for the county. But these surveys were restricted to only the areas that would be developed. And pursuant to our obligations for CEQA, we have recommended a restrictive covenant in order to restrict development within areas about which we don't know very much in terms of biological resources. If there is a proposal for development within these areas, the property owner at that time would have to submit a biological report and revise the environmental document pursuant to a discretionary application. In addition to the restrictive covenants, the mitigated negative declaration identified a number of mitigation measures for impacts relating to drainage, biological resources, and farmland resources. The drainage report, which was prepared for the project, which is common for subdivisions where you don't have a concurrent application which shows the build out of each lot. The drainage report has to include so much speculation about how much impervious surfaces would be provided on each one of the building pads. It can't be precise enough to get to the point where you can actually size out the detention basin to control the flow off-site. Therefore, although the Watershed Protection District found the drainage report to be adequate and they feel confident that a detention basin can be provided to effectively deal with drainage impacts, they recommended a mitigation measure which would require the submission of a drainage report with detention basin sizing calculations prior to development of each of the lots. Biological surveys for the project identified potential impacts to nesting birds, and as such we've included a mitigation measure which would require pre-construction surveys of the sites by a qualified biologist and the imposition of buffer areas around nests that are found on site until the time in which the young have fledged and have left the site. In addition, the property has the potential for coast horned lizards. Habitat which you typically find with these species were found on site. Therefore, we have included a mitigation measure which includes pre-construction surveys and relocation of any lizards by a qualified biologist prior to construction and build out of each of the lots. And finally, the proposed improvements to George Road as well as the secondary access would cross a couple of drainages and would require permits from the Army Corps of Engineers, California Fish and Game, and Regional Water Quality Control Board. Therefore, we've included a mitigation measure that requires the applicant to obtain permits from each of these agencies and filing a mitigation plan, if required, with the county as well as with each of the agencies. As you read in the staff report, there were a number of conditions of approval that have been recommended by agencies that reviewed the project in order to achieve consistency with the general plan policies, subdivision ordinance regulations, and the right to farm ordinance. These include conditions getting at everything from air quality, construction noise, drainage, hydrology, biological resources, fire protection, payment of Quimby fees for parks and recreation, as well as payment of the traffic impact mitigation fees to both the city and the county for impacts to county roadways. We feel that with the incorporation of these conditions of approval, you can find the project consistent with the general plan. Excuse me. We received 3 sets of public comments and jurisdictional comments, one of which consisted of a fax, actually an email, from a gentleman who just express his overall support for the project. We also received a letter that had a number of signatories stating their general approval for the project and the zone change of the parcel map. However, the signatories to that statement felt uncomfortable with the restrictions on animal husbandry keeping uses, specifically horse keeping, because they feel that properties in the county that accommodate these types of uses are becoming non-existent. And finally, we received comments from the city of Moore Park. Actually, they reviewed the project twice pursuant to the guidelines for orderly development. The project site is located within the city's area of interest, not the sphere of influence, but the area of interest. And the city defines a urban use as any lot which is less than 20 acres in size. However, if you read the county general plan, you're going to see that an open space designated property can be as small as 10 acres. The city's definition of an urbanized use is derived from the city's SOAR ordinance. However, like I said, this is not within the city's sphere of influence, so it's not subject to annexation or the city SOAR ordinance. Therefore, because there's this conflict between the county general plan policy and the city's development standards, we're going with the county's general plan policy. The city also recommended that a conservation easement be placed on the 3 lots, which would cover the areas outside of proposed development. However, we feel that the restrictive covenant, first of all, it achieves the same end as a conservation easement. It would protect whatever biological resources might be located in these areas. We can neither confirm nor deny that significant biological resources exist in this area because no survey has been completed for them. Like I explained earlier, if development was to occur within these areas, the applicant would have to survey a supplemental biological study, would have to modify the CEQA document, and revise the restrictive covenant that has been recorded for the property. So, with that information, we are recommending that your board make all the findings to adopt the M&D, which include acknowledgement that you've read and considered the M&D. You acknowledge that the project has the potential to result in potentially significant impacts to biological resources, drainage, hydrology, and farmland resources. However, mitigation measures have been identified that would fully mitigate these impacts, and we're recommending that you approve and adopt the M&D. We're also recommending that you adopt the findings included in Exhibit 1, Section B, that's the staff report, to adopt an ordinance to approve the zone change and designate the planning division as the custodian of the record of proceedings. Thank you.
Thank you. And you're Dan Clayman?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, good job with your presentation.
Thank you.
Do we have any questions? I do have a couple public comment cards, so we'll call the public up first and then go to the board. Elaine Freeman, followed by William O'Brien. Wani.
Good morning, Chair Parks and members of the board. Elaine Freeman, Urban Strategies, 4153B, Felipe Lane, Simi Valley, 93063. As you can see from the staff report, Mr. O'Brien and I have spent a lot of time working through the various departments and issues that came up as a result of the application for one 20-acre parcel and 2 10s, which is the addition of 2 lots. Adjacent to this property to the east is an open space lot, which is part of a a single-family development within the city of Moore Park. There's no agriculture there, and to the north there is no agriculture. Mr. O'Brien is here today, who will explain his long history with the property and his many attempts to keep it in agriculture. It's in a location that is difficult, has frustrated him over the years to the point that he finally took out the trees because it was the wind and atmospheric conditions. It just did not work for him. I would like to say that we are consistent with with the general plan, with all of the policies and ordinances that are part of the county's general plan, and that Mr. O'Brien accepts the conditions for the parcel map and would ask that the board find consistency and accept the recommendation of the planning staff. We're very knowledgeable about the circumstances and all. This property is not too far from the county's golf course at Happy Camp. It is not too far from urban development, and so we feel there is a consistency and that Mr. O'Brien, through his conditions, will mitigate any concerns that may exist. And with that, are there any questions?
Thank you. Do we have any questions? Not at this time.
Mr. O'Brien will fill you in on the history. Thank you.
And William O'Brien's our last card.
Good morning. In the attachments that were given to you, Exhibit B, it was my perspective, which was handed out. I'll just run through it briefly. I was working as an engineer many years ago, and I was trying to get investments just for my future retirement. So I started investing in land. It happened to be in Fresno. Land happened to be a lot cheaper up there. And one problem I had after a few years that I was commuting back and forth, so I looked to Ventura County, and I bought an orange grove down here in Ventura County. Subsequently, I bought this grove here in 1979. It was my 7th grove. After that, I joined some other people in San Joaquin Valley. There were several partners, and we planted over 600 acres. So I was a sincere investor, not a land speculator. The problem with this parcel was its location. Excuse me. There were 5 parcels in this area that were developed. Sam McIntyre was the farmer who was managing the groves. I think only 3 of them are still in agriculture. My parcel and the one to the east were just not viable. They aren't viable for row crops, because of the topology. They were not viable because of the wind and the cold. I managed this thing for 10 years, and every year I lost a significant amount of money. So it was clear that I couldn't afford to keep on doing it. I almost lost the property because it was lost for so much, and I had to sell off other assets to be able to continue with that. Given that, I had to decide what to do, and it's just taken a long time to evolve to decide to sell off the property. And it's obviously I can't sell it as 40 acres of open space. So we started through this process, in fact, in October with Elaine Freeman 4 years ago. And we've gone through, we've tried to comply with everything the planning department has asked for. We've reviewed, made many studies, and I think we've complied with everything that is needed. And I don't think this will have a negative effect on the environment. So I understand we have to go through and double check everything, and we have done all that. And all I'm requesting is that you can give consideration to my personal situation, which may not be a factor in how you make decisions. So I'd like to say one other thing. I'd like to thank Dan for his work. He did a very good job. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? I have one. As I understand, George Road, to put the road in, it will require the removal of, was it 43 trees? What kind of trees are they?
They're probably avocado trees.
Avocado?
Yeah.
Thank you. All right. I don't think there's any other questions on the board. So at this time, we appreciate your testimony.
Okay.
Are there any other questions of staff for the board to ask? Okay, then I'll go ahead and close the public hearing, and we'll go to board comment and a motion.
Yes, Madam Chair, I would like to move this item along. It has been 4 years, a lot of money expended, and all of the years prior to that, the time and effort to try to keep it in agriculture. In my mind, it has been clearly demonstrated it's not viable for ag. We had this discussion earlier about how agriculture is our #1 industry, but there are circumstances. This is one of them. There's cold sink, it's windy, et cetera. And I believe that with all the work that has been done on this, with planning staff and certainly with Ms. Freeman and Mr. O'Brien, I believe that they have safeguarded everything that we're interested in, and I believe that this is a good use for land that will never produce anything as far as agriculture goes. And having watched this over the years, I would like to move the recommendations 1 through 6 and to certify. I will call out the MND and ask that we certify that and that we approve the zone change.
There is a motion and a second. Other comments from the board?
I'll comment. I appreciate the applicant and staff work together and tried to come up with a number of things in terms of mitigation. I think it comes down, from my perspective, to sort of a fundamental concept. I point out that the city of Moore Park is in opposition because it's below the 20-acre minimum that the city of Moore Park is interested in. That 20-acre minimum for open space is the same point that I raised here at the board to try to have the board permanently adopt 20 acres as the smallest open space parcels that we should create. I still believe that that's what's in the best interest of Ventura County overall. This creates two 10-acre open space parcels, and so from that standpoint, not because the applicant didn't try hard and try to mitigate, et cetera, I will not be supporting this motion. It's currently 40-acre ag, and the smallest that I think we should go is 20-acre open space overall in Ventura County, and so that would be my opposition. I would also offer the statement was made that you can't sell it at 40 acres of open space, and there are all kinds of issues about what can and can't sell, but the 10-acreization is a growing problem, I think, in Ventura County, particularly East Ventura County. So those are my thoughts about that.
I would also echo that. I don't think this is consistent really with our guidelines for orderly development, which calls for urban development to occur whenever and wherever practical within our incorporated cities. I also do note the objection of the city of Moore Park. This is not within what they consider a rural designation. They see anything smaller as being urban and not consistent with how they would approve it. And our guidelines say it should actually be annexed to the city for development. So I'm going to also oppose this, and out of both respect for the city of Moore Park, but also I don't think it's consistent with our own guidelines.
Madam Chair? One of the things that I find frustrating is for anyone in their right mind to call 20 acres an urban parcel. I defy you to go anywhere in the United States and find an urban parcel that's 20 acres. It is a land use restriction that is artificially imposed to achieve a goal. The city of Moore Park has very dense residential development very close to this, and for them to oppose it based on the fact that it's a 20 and 2 10s, I think is, I won't say what I'm thinking, but anyway, I don't agree with them. And because it's in the area of interest, not the sphere of influence, I don't believe that we should weight their comments as heavily as we should look at the fact that this is a good use for the property. I understand my two colleagues' desire to stop the mansionization of the East County, but there comes a point in time where there's residential development around these parcels, and to say that they will be urbanized by 20 and 10-acre lots, I disagree with it. I am very much in support of this project, and I know that there are a couple of council members who are supportive. So my motion stands, and I would hope that after 4 years and a lot of money and meeting all of the conditions that could possibly be put upon anybody, that we would think more in terms of a good and proper use for the land than some artificial restriction put on for whatever reason. We are running out of land, and if we want to keep large parcels viable, and if we want to keep our ag industry viable, and still allow for some use of property, and still allow for people to find homes in this county, this is the type of thing that I think we need to look at, and so I would hope that the board would support this, because I think it is a good use, and they've jumped through all the hoops, so it's not just an artificial statement. They've done the work to make it work.
If I might, I also meant to mention also in my objections the that also along with the city of Moore Park, that this could encourage further development in the area once we start breaking down. And this is really what I think is probably the greatest threat to open space, is this breaking down into large mansionization type projects of 10 acres. And we're seeing that, as you know, a lot in the East County. So there are no other comments on the board? Okay, then Supervisor Flynn, are you in favor of the project? We have a
Call a roll call.
well, I know we have 2 opposed, and then the other
Well,
2 are the maker of the motion and the second. So
It's nice to be on the hot seat. Well, I have to go with the City of Moore Park's objection. And the issue of farming on 40 acres, whatever, that's been debated for years and years and years. We have farmers who are making money on 10 acres. That's all they have. So my vote will be no.
If I might, Mr. Flynn, the reason for this is not that you can't farm on 10, 20, or 40 acres. You can. This particular parcel is not viable for agriculture.
I understand that, but I did want to argue against the idea that farming requires a big vast amount of land. That's simply not true.
we do have a motion and second. As I understand, then the motion fails as on a 2-3. Do you need to have a positive motion? So I'll go ahead and then make the motion to deny the project for inconsistency with our guidelines of orderly development and also the potential for growth-inducing impacts.
Before I second that, I want to ask our counsel, is it just in terms of legal consideration, should we be identifying all the reasons, or should we not?
Well, I don't think you need a positive motion.
No. We don't need a positive. I think it's better for us to not have any motion at this point in time.
Okay, that works for me. Then I will withdraw the motion, and the decision stands then as not supporting the zone change. And then we do appreciate the amount of work you had to go through for this, and sorry that it didn't come out the way you'd like. We'll now go on to our next item, which is our 11 o'clock time certain item. This is item 26, and this is relative to our code enforcement becoming more of an enforcement, I think.
Yes, good morning, Chair Parks, members of the board, Mr. Johnston. I'm Chris Stevens with the Resource Management Agency, and the item for you today is related to our zoning ordinance enforcement program that the board discussed back in June and directed staff to return to you with amendments to that ordinance to establish a civil administrative penalties program to address not only code violations themselves, but also lack of compliance with conditions of permitted activities. So when we made the presentation to you in June, we talked about the problem at hand, and that was really that we have a number of violations of our zoning ordinance here in the county that continue for some time. And the thought was that one of the reasons that occurs is that there is not a financial penalty to encourage compliance, and that the civil administrative penalties program was a means of applying some additional pressure or encouragement to violators to take care of, to correct those violations. At the time in June, we talked with the board about kind of program principles, what would guide the program itself. And we highlighted for you those, and top of the list, of course, would be due process. That was something that was vitally important to whatever program we establish. And as we talked in June, this is probably, in putting this together, it was probably less of a planning issue, so to speak, as it was a legal issue. And we have spent the intervening time here working very closely with County Counsel's office. And in fact, County Counsel's office really was doing most of the drafting of the ordinance language itself. And I think as you read through that language, I imagine it was pretty apparent to you that these were primarily legal issues that we were dealing with. And as you can see, the top of our principles are those due process, fairness and equity, and kind of proportionate and reasonable. And we wanted to make sure that the program kind of met all of those. And then as you go down the list, obviously, we want to motivate compliance with our code, and create something that is also a credible deterrent for folks so that they don't become a violation in the first place. I thought it might be helpful to describe for you very briefly what our current process is and how we function, and then describe for you what the change would be if the ordinance amendments were adopted. You can see in our current process, I think we went through this briefly in June, but just to refresh your memory, the process would follow one where we receive a complaint. As we mentioned before, we do not do proactive enforcement at this time due to staffing constraints. We respond to complaints only. We receive a complaint. We do some, and what you don't see throughout here is there is a kind of background staff work and research that's done at various points in the process. And in fact, right once we receive the complaint, we have to do some initial research. Quite often we'll receive complaints from neighbors about an activity that is actually permitted, either exempt from the code and allowed to occur with no regulation, or perhaps their neighbor actually came in and obtained the permits that they needed and are allowed to do the activity. In those instances, we just notify the complainant of that, and that is typically the end of the matter. But quite often we look into it and discover that it is not permitted, or it is truly on its face, if it is occurring, a violation. So we send out a notice of alleged violation to the property owner and or permittee if it's a commercial activity, and notify them that we've been informed of this and ask them to get back in touch with us within 30 days to talk about the issue and try and resolve it. Quite often at the end of that 30 days, we have not heard back from the property owner or the applicant. We then try to attempt to confirm the violation. We try and do that as kind of efficiently as possible. Quite often the complainant will be sending us photographs, or we might be able to tell something from aerial photographs. We can also do a quick drive-by on some of these. We try and do it, as I say, as quickly and efficiently as possible, but we need to confirm that violation. And if we are able to do that, we then send out a notice of violation to the property owner. And that is, in essence, saying, okay, we've viewed it, we've analyzed it, and a violation exists in our opinion. At that time, it starts a clock for a 10-day appeal period. And if the property owner and or permittee wishes to contest that, there is a process established in our zoning ordinance today for them to file an appeal, and we go through a process. I believe a couple of those have in fact reached the board. I think the most memorable one being the oak tree violation up in the Ojai area. Very rarely are they actually appealed. Again, what often happens is we don't hear anything back, and we then file what we call a notice of noncompliance. And that is something that's recorded on the property and is a notice primarily for potential purchasers of the property that there is in fact a violation on the property. They need to be aware of that, and that needs to be resolved. And in addition to that, any staff costs that we have spent since the issuance of the notice of violation, since we've confirmed it, the property owner is responsible for paying those costs. So it's a little warning shot to potential purchasers of the property, and it also clouds the title is the term that we use, and so that when it not only affects sales and transfer of property, but refinancing. And so when that owner might down the road decide to refinance their property, the bank does their title search, finds the notice, and more often than not, that's when the property owner will come into our offices and say, okay, I need to get this resolved because the bank will not give me the money that I need to refinance my property, and or the purchase sale. As I say, that same title report will pull that up. So a lot of our violations, in essence, end at that point in the process. We've taken it as far as our staff resources allow. For our more egregious violations, we have the opportunity to work with the district attorney's office and take that through the court process. That's a fairly, as we reported to you last time, fairly time-consuming process, and again, given our staff resources and those in the district attorney's office, it's not something that we pursue very often at all. And so what we end up having are essentially hundreds of violations sitting there basically on the books, you might say, with a recorded notice of noncompliance. So the ordinance amendments, what they would do to change that process, they, in essence, add some additional steps.
Excuse me, could you just go back one slide?
Sure.
I just want to be clear here for the benefit of the public. So most of them get to item 6 and then stall. Hundreds and hundreds of them get there.
That's correct.
The owner doesn't do anything. Everybody's waiting for years until the owner sells the property.
That's correct.
And very few actually end up going to the district attorney.
Yes, very few.
All right, so.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, the ordinance amendments, in essence, to kind of simplify them, in essence, kind of insert 4 additional steps into our process. So once we've recorded the notice of noncompliance, we outline a process where we can send a notice of impending civil penalties to the property owner and or permittee, letting them know that, and that notice would probably can go out to them concurrent with the notice of violation to let them know that this is a possibility, or it could wait and go out with the notice of noncompliance. In any event, it would not go out until the violation has been confirmed and has not been appealed, so that we know we have basically a violation on the books. That would be followed up 30 days later with a notice of imposition of those civil penalties that would identify for them the date at which those start and the amount and how they will accrue and what have you. That is a point in the process, and again, getting back to my comments about due process, where we felt it was important that there be another opportunity to appeal. And so that the property owner would be able to appeal the imposition of that penalty. However, that appeal is not directed at the existence of the violation. It is strictly directed at the amount of the civil penalty. And that is something, and county council can provide you more background on that than I ever possibly could, but that's something that I think law and case law have pretty well established, that is an opportunity that is required for that property owner. Lastly, we would then, once if it were not appealed, or if it were appealed and the penalty amount were upheld, we would then record another notice on the property, so that again, subsequent purchasers or others would know that not only is there a violation on the property and there are some small staff costs, it is accruing penalties, and that those are a lien against the property. One of the key things that we identified within the ordinance were the factors that we used to establish those penalties. There are a list of them within the ordinance. That's on Exhibit 2 is the recommended ordinance language. It's on page 3 of that, and these are items that are within the government code. They're fairly well established. Are things that we need to consider as we take a look at what the appropriate penalty amounts would be. What we were also recommending, in addition to the ordinance amendments, is a companion.
I'm going to take you back a slide. I think part of county council just walked out, but I hope. Item 9, financial burden.
Okay.
Yes.
How much can we take that into consideration? The financial wherewithal of the violator, et cetera?
Excuse me. Yes, that's actually a very important factor that has to be considered. It's in the case law. There's been cases where there has been no discretion on the amount of the penalty, where ordinances or state law has said it's just going to be X amount, and the case law said you have to have some flexibility in determining a proper penalty. And one of the factors that was set out in the case was the financial burden. Now, I put that in there as a factor, obviously, because it has to be in there. It's going to be a little bit difficult to have that as a consideration initially. For example, when we go out, we see a violation, send out the notice of violation. As Chris pointed out, most times it's not going to be appealed. And then we send out the notice of imposition of penalties. We won't be aware of that situation. But we factored in some flexibility in the ordinance to allow that violator, if you will, to come to the planning department and present evidence about the financial burden, which can be considered at that time prior to actually going forward with an entire appeal. Of course, if they bring the evidence forward and, just as a hypothetical, and the planning director feels that it doesn't warrant a reduction in the daily penalty amount, then that violator would have the option of filing an appeal. And when he got to the hearing officer, I don't think he's gotten this far yet, but the only jurisdiction he's going to have, he or she or whoever is going to have, is going to be to the amount of the penalty. So the evidence about whether there was a violation should have been appealed under the notice of violation procedures to the Planning Commission. So that's going to be final. And at that hearing, the issue would be the amount. And one of the things they might present evidence, hey, this is the first time I've ever violated. It's not that big of a deal. I think $100 a day is too much. It should only be $50 a day. Or $100 a day is just too much. I have all these considerations. I can't afford that. That would bankrupt me. And like I said, first the planning director can review it, and if not, then the hearing officer can hear that.
So bottom line is, low-income person financially challenged by this is going to have an opportunity to present their financial situation as we're considering the penalty.
2 times, yes.
At 2 different opportunities. Great, thank you.
Well, actually 3, because you can also take it to the Superior Court. Sorry.
Thanks.
Can I just ask a question about flexibility versus subjectivity? This is fairly subjective, would you say? It allows lots of flexibility and subjectivity. Is that it?
That's a good point. However, to sort of take away that subjectivity element of it, there's also been a resolution that's being presented to your board that sets forth very specific guidelines to be used. It defines major violations, minor violations, and sets a parameter or range of penalties, and it sets procedures for staff to follow in determining these penalty amounts. So I think between these factors are what's in the ordinance itself, but the guidelines are too cumbersome to be in the ordinance, but they will be an internal procedure that has to be followed in order to come up with the amount of the penalty. And I think we've taken all potential safeguards that we can to eliminate too much subjectivity in this. And then the second safeguard, of course, is that if the violator believes that the planning department has overstepped their bounds in determining a penalty amount that's too much, then they can go to the hearing officer, and then eventually they can also get into Superior Court. And just as a side note, addressing Supervisor Bennett's point, to get into Superior Court, the statute, not the ordinance, but there's a governing statute that authorizes procedure. It only requires a $20 filing fee, so it's easy access into the court system as well for example, somebody who may not be able to afford the penalties.
I have a question. At what point in the violation process would you take into consideration, and I've had this, pardon me, in my district a lot, where people have lived in the same home for years and years and years, on the same property for years and years and years, and they don't have any money. So even to cure the violation, there's a financial burden. Mm-hmm. And I can, I fully believe that somebody who goes in and develops something new and has a violation, that's one thing. But, people whose grandfathers built the home, 50, 60 years ago, is there any consideration in that, or is it just automatically a violation, and whether you can afford to pay for it or not, too bad?
Well, it will. The determination of whether it's a violation is really based on what's in the zoning ordinance.
Exactly.
So that determination will remain. But we do have, as we just discussed, a lot of flexibility on the amount of the civil penalty. And
I'm not talking penalty. I'm talking about what if they can't afford to cure the violation because they have to rewire the house or whatever, and they'd have to sell their property in order to be able to do that.
And a number of those are ones that are sitting in that point in the process that have their recorded notice of noncompliance. We need to have that recorded notice so that the purchaser that happens along understand, and that person gets to the point where they may want to sell the property, that there is a violation there that when they come along they are going to have to correct one way or another. That gets to that financial burden. That's something that we would have to look at. We do it on a daily basis, within the planning division. I would say once a week, we're dealing with a violation of a low-income person who says, I just do not have the wherewithal to address this. We work with them as best we can. We enter into compliance agreements, as we call them, to have elongated schedules. We try and do the best we can. In some instances where you have a situation, and we had one, an example might be kind of like our El Tapatio case. I don't know if you recall that. That happened to be owned by someone with some wherewithal to deal with it. But there are some where the owners themselves do not, but they are really living in a very unsafe situation. Those are going to be the very difficult ones for us to deal with.
Well, and I understand that. We've been dealing with it for years. The question is, at what time are you going to notify somebody that there are other opportunities to come in and talk to you guys, do a compliance agreement, whatever? If you just mail out a notice of violation, they're not going to know.
We know at every step in the process, we are sending them every one of those letters, ask them, please call us. Here's the person to call. We want to talk to you about how we can take care of this problem. And we explain to them all of those options at that time. Some people simply don't get in touch with us. And
I understand that part, but they've got to have the knowledge to make the decision.
That's correct, and we share that with every one of them that comes, that makes the contact with us, has the initiative to do that and explain to them what their options are. The primary purpose of the program is really not to penalize property owners and collect revenue. The purpose of the program is to bring about compliance, and in a case like you're describing, applying penalties of any amount to someone who simply cannot afford to pay the penalties, let alone correct the violation, doesn't further the purpose of the ordinance. And so, to me, this gives the planning director the discretion to do something, to make that work. It's going to be it's a living document. We're going to have a real interesting process trying to work this through. And that's, in fact, one of the reasons why we used a companion resolution as opposed to trying to slip this into the ordinance, because if, as we work with this for 6 months or 12 months, we realize things need to be adjusted, we can come back with an amendment to our resolution relatively quickly. Whereas if it were in the ordinance language, we have a whole process that can take us months to prepare. And I have no illusion that everything that's written down here today is going to function just perfectly. There's going to be a lot of bumps in the road.
Exactly.
One other point on your question. There's going to be a first notice that goes out, the notice of impending civil penalties. So you're going to get notice ahead of time that the penalties are in the future. So it's not like they're just going to automatically be imposed, especially for the people that have ongoing violations. Yeah. They'll be sent a notice of impending. They'll say in 30 days, these penalties are going to begin to accrue at that time. So that gives a lot of violators opportunity to come in and try to work something out in that 30 days. Right. And if they don't and they ignore it, well then, yes, the penalties will be imposed at the end of the 30 days. So there is a little bit of an opportunity to resolve it before the penalties kick in.
Well, I just hope that that you all really work hard at that first notice of pending violation to make people understand they have options. Yes. And so that they're not so petrified that they just lock up, and say, well, if I just ignore it, it'll go away. And now they've got penalties building on their property. Right. Because I think it's incumbent, if this passes, I believe it's incumbent upon the county to make sure that these people understand there are other ways to handle this, and you don't just scare them away. Yeah, there are blatant violators. We all know about them. We've all got them in our district. We've been dealing with the problems for years. But I don't think that the majority of the violations are blatant. I believe that they're just not knowledgeable about what needs to be done. And so I think that it's incumbent upon the county to make sure they clearly know the options that they have before they get into that bad situation.
I think your point's a good one. There will be kind of an education element to this, and that's within the staff report. We talk about it taking some time to get this, if the board were to adopt it today, maybe 60 to 90 days. You know, we have nice angry form letters. You know, we're very good at that. We're going to have some companion public information that we need to work on here that needs to go out at the same time, just as you say, because that form letter is not necessarily an enlightening document.
No, and it frightens people. You know, most
Right.
people are still afraid of the government,
Right.
and they get a letter like that, and there's nothing that encourages them to want to work with government. You know, and if in fact this is all about safety and compliance, then that step has got to be inserted in there.
As I was mentioning there, quickly go through what I'm referring to here as the board resolution. It's the companion document to the ordinance amendment where we kind of flesh out the penalty amounts. We kind of created a framework where we've identified major violations, moderate violations, and then minor violations. And you can see we kind of describe the categories here for you. And then the guidelines further go on to establish what the penalty amounts would be for violations as they would fit within those categories. Those, you might call those the base amounts of the penalties. And as counsel just mentioned, one of the things that the law requires of us is that flexibility and having kind of a range. And we talked about how to apply a range to these things. What we're recommending is that we establish a base amount, and then the guidelines outline for us a means for how we can adjust up or down from that starting point, as opposed to giving a range. That's our starting point. Then we'll look at the factors and adjust accordingly. And here are some of the guidelines. These look very familiar. Those are going to be almost kind of the remainder of the list that you saw in the ordinance. Those that weren't used in putting you within a category of major, moderate, or minor, those that remain are used to help us decide how to adjust you within that category. So you see, again, there's the financial burden item there as well.
I have another question on that.
Sure.
If the fines start 30 days after the notice of impending civil penalties, when do they stop?
They stop.
What if it's a project that is going to, somebody starts to come into compliance,
Right.
Is that when the penalty stops? Or does the penalty stop when they are actually proven to be in compliance, i.e. some sort of engineering report or whatever?
Right.
Because it could take a long time to fix some of those problems.
Yeah, as we often do with our compliance agreements, for example, that I mentioned before, those in essence are an agreement with a cooperative property owner to say, we are going to stay our enforcement actions because you are indicating you're willing to address the problem. And I imagine we will use a similar tool in this case. And in fact, we have some specific language within the ordinance itself that talks about the planning director's ability to adjust the penalty amounts based on the good faith efforts of the violator, and also one that kind of also speaks to the financial burden, that decreasing the amount of the penalty furthers the purpose of the ordinance. And that's one that we deal with on a daily basis, where we have folks say, I can't pay all of your fees and have money left over to correct the violation. So we work with them through these compliance agreements to, as I say, the purpose is to correct the violation. And so that's our focus. And the ordinance will continue to give us that flexibility so that the planning director can do that and say, okay, I will stay the accrual of the penalty as of today, as long as you continue to show progress, and we lay out a schedule of dates and what have you. Those no longer met, boom, it can be reinstituted. So there's some flexibility.
Shouldn't that be established more guidelines for how that's going to happen? It's pretty broad just to say it's up to his discretion to, I would think that you would want to have an absolute trigger for stopping. Somebody comes in and signs a compliance agreement. If that's what it takes, fine. Yeah. but it seems to me there needs to be something that says this is when they stop, not that it's at the discretion of somebody to stop them.
That's a possibility. Every one of our compliance agreements, every one of our cases are incredibly unique and different from the others, and that was a difficulty for us in putting the whole program together, is you don't want to treat, not all violators are created equal, we'll put it that way. And so it becomes a very difficult thing for us. And sometimes we have folks who sign compliance agreements that with no intention of really following through, and it sits there, for a brief period and it's gone. And they're a little different from the genuine person trying to do it.
It's going to help. It's got some teeth in it, and it's badly needed. The present system simply doesn't work. And, you can take the unincorporated areas, and many of them, not all, are where people who are really poor live. And so, but they've got to make the correction necessary, that you tell them to make, because of safety primarily.
All right.
I do have some comment cards. Public would like to speak. Oh, I'm sorry. Are you done?
Yeah.
Okay.
That wrapped it up. Here are the recommended actions.
Okay.
They're in your board letter. So
We may be asking more later.
very good.
So our first speaker is Kathy Brazenly, followed by John.
Hi, I'm Kathy Brazenly. I live at 3945 Thatcher Road in Ojai on the East End. We've lived there since 1987. And I'm speaking in support of the non-coastal zoning ordinance amendment. And I want to tell you something that has happened there that has made me feel so strongly that I've taken the day to come down here. When we first moved to Ojai, the hillside above us, which is approximately 280 acres, which ranges to the west of Thatcher School and is visible to practically everybody on the East End, was native chaparral. And it was accessible through Thatcher School by a trail, which the Thatcher students used for horseback riding, and other people could go on nature walks. I used to take my wildflower book there and study the flowers, do bird watching. You'd see deer there occasionally. It was beautiful. And someone purchased that property, and slowly but surely, over the next several years, roads started appearing. At first, they weren't so visible. Then you'd go, oh my gosh, where did that come from? Almost vertical roads. And no trespassing signs started appearing, so the hiking through there became impossible. I understand that that's legal, and yet it was still a loss to the people that used to go through there. And then this huge dirt area appeared. I mean, it was just gigantic. And the next thing we knew, there was a double-wide mobile home perched there. It's the ugliest thing you've ever seen. I mean, to me it is. I brought a picture of it. This is a picture of the area that I'm talking about, taken from our home. I'll be glad to pass this around and show it to anybody who wants to see it.
The brown part, what is that, soil?
The brown part is what used to be native chaparral. May I bring it up and let you pass it?
If you could give it to the clerk of the board, she'll pass it on up to us.
It just makes me cry just to look at it. Not only is it ugly, you can imagine what kind of erosion is going to occur and already has occurred. There used to be a marshy area down there where you would get your feet wet, and now that is totally covered with dirt and roads. How much longer is that sort of thing going to go on and not be stopped? It's just disgusting. And I know the oak tree infraction with the Caddis property that happened a few years ago was just terrible, and the thing about that was nobody really saw it because it was hidden back in the hills. This is visible to everybody. And it really does impact our quality of life. And I don't know, every time I get in my car and go to town, I pass a police car. I mean, they're everywhere enforcing the driving regulations out there. You wouldn't dare speed in the city of Ojai. And yet, this sort of thing is allowed to happen, and it just goes on, and nobody does anything about it, and it's really frustrating. And so I'm glad to see that you're taking a step in the direction of doing something about it, and I would like to pass my speaking opportunity on to my husband, John, who will speak with you further about this, if that's all right.
Well, no, in 1987, you moved out of the city of Thousand Oaks, right?
Right.
Our loss, Ojai's gain.
Thank you.
John Verzamely, and then Pat Baggerly.
Chairwoman Parks, members of the Board of Supervisors, as Kathy mentioned, I simply would like to complete our joint remarks, if I may, by saying that the residents of the East End and the immediate neighbors to this property have shown, I think, no end of forbearance, because this is not a fresh issue that just arisen this past month or year even. It's been pending for several years. As a matter of fact, county grading sought to rectify the grading violations as far back, to my knowledge, as March of 2003. That's when I first became aware of their efforts. Mr. Riegert, who was overseeing the case, retired. The grading went on. Indeed, the grading went on explosively recently. Much talk has been registered among neighbors about this. A number of us are here. And we're very glad to see that now there's the prospect of enforcement going beyond cloud on the title and going beyond the other tools that have been at your disposal heretofore. My concern is that if this were allowed to continue, this kind of behavior, in effect, the behavior would reward itself by being allowed and then compound itself, and you'd start to see this not just all over the Ojai Valley, but all over the county. I understand that this case, in terms of the double wide's presence, has been brought before the Office of the District Attorney for prosecution. I understand that the grading violations have or will be likewise brought before the Office of the District Attorney. But it's now years on before that process reached this apex. And it would seem to me that what we've heard from Mr. Stevens would offer a far more rational approach to dealing with these issues before they reach a climax and before they reach the state of genuine desecration that those photographs illustrate and that Kathy's remarks likewise illustrate. Thank you.
Thank you. And our next and last speaker is Pat Baggerly. And I want to just say that I'm sure if a lot of people knew about this hearing, there would be a lot more people here, because this is a problem not only in Ojai, but throughout the county. Ms. Baggerly.
Hello, I'm Pat Baggerly for the Environmental Coalition, Chair Parks and members of the board. There are a few little items I'd like to mention that weren't discussed related to this topic. If a person wants to appeal the violation, they have to spend $2,000 to appeal the planning director's decision to the Planning Commission. Then they have to pay $2,000 to appeal the Planning Commission decision up to your board. So there's $4,000 a poor person would have to pay in order just to get it to your board. Then, in order to appeal it later on to the officer, the hearing officer, I believe that's a $350 charge that they're going to charge for staff time. So I appreciate Supervisor Michael's comments. I think she's trying to not make this fall unequally on the poor, and that is some of the Environmental Coalition's desire too. It should be applied equally. We think there's a lot of discretion for the planning commission, the planning director, and maybe that could be solved over time. We'd like to see a report back to the board regarding this. I didn't see that in the recommendation. In the future, maybe in a year, it could come back to the board for review, and revision. So the other issue is we would like to see the board consider some proactive enforcement, not just complaint-driven enforcement, because it pits the neighbors against the neighbors. You have a terrible situation if you have to complain against your neighbor. Everybody wanders around wondering who's turned you in, and it destroys neighborhoods, frankly. It's awful. And this board up to this time has never supported financially enough money in order to, I think that's the problem, it's the money, because to support proactive enforcement, because it would take a lot more staff. So our group, in the letter that we submitted, is requesting that the board consider funding more enforcement for the county. And I don't know if any of you read this article in the Star, Case on Point, where this tenant had to complain against her landlord because of the carbon monoxide. And then what happens? You know, she's going to be evicted. So when you have to turn in people, there are really major consequences, especially for the poor. So this is a really major issue, and I hope you'll give a lot of thought to it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. At this time, we can go back to staff if the board has any questions. Not seeing any, then is it? I think we did have some comments, one that seemed pretty reasonable in terms of coming back with a status report in a year. Did you have something specific too you'd like to hear? I
just wanted to hear from staff if they had any.
Do you have any other comments that you'd like to make?
I believe a report back in 1 year would be a very good idea and something that I imagine the board's interested in and we'd be happy to do. The issue of the proactive enforcement is something that we talked about in June, and I believe the speaker was very accurate. It's a financial resource. It's a budgetary issue. And in fact, the ordinance that's proposed to you today is really what we think is the next step in a mechanism that may be not quite so resource intensive at this point. Maybe a year from now when we're reporting back, depending on our level of success, we may have another path to recommend. But at this point, I think I can only say that lack of resources has been a big issue for the county for a number of years in this area.
And we're seeing that mostly throughout the cities and all. We don't find proactive code enforcement as much as you find reactive to complaints.
Mm-hmm. That's correct.
Okay. If there are no questions to staff, I'll go ahead and close the public hearing, and we'll have a discussion and a motion. Supervisor Michaels?
Yeah, just a comment. I'm not going to support this. It's not soup yet. I think that there are times, obviously, that we do need civil penalties. We need another hammer, whip, whatever. But I'm very concerned it's a good thing to have flexibility, but I'm very concerned that when we start getting into the enforcement, we're going to have more trouble than we asked for. I do believe that there's got to be a way to get to people, especially low-income people who can't even afford to fix the problem, let alone now be facing penalties. And I believe that there's not enough in here that makes me comfortable that the process has been thought out enough. I can see it coming back with maybe some greater definition. But one of the things in Pat Baggerly's letter is the wealthy can easily afford to pay fines and might not be deterred. Possibility. I also think that once you do pass, it'll probably pass today, but I think a year is too long for a report back, unless it's going so smoothly that we don't need any changes and there's no complaints and all of that stuff. I would think revisiting something this new would be wise in about 6 months with a very open and honest discussion with the board on what are the issues that you have run into. Are there some recommendations to make the next 6 months perhaps a little smoother and work better for the public? And I imagine this will pass today. I don't think it's a bad idea. I just don't think that it's defined enough for me to be comfortable saying, yea, verily, go forth and find. So my recommendation would be to tighten down a couple of those areas where there's so much discretion. And I'm a little concerned about that discretion when it comes to a lawsuit. Is there going to be somebody going to say, well, this person over here only got this fine and they gave me this fine, and then you get into that whole, whether we're right or wrong, we're county with deep pockets and they're going to try to come after us. And I'd like to avoid that if at all possible with clearer definitions and guidelines. Other than that, if it does pass today, I would hope that there could be a report back within 6 months addressing issues that have come up and possible changes, and not wait a full year and let staff struggle with it, plus the public.
Thank you. Other comments, Supervisor Flynn?
My comment would be that this is needed. We have a tremendous amount of issues in my district, I'm sure other districts too. One of the reasons people live in unincorporated areas is there is not very much enforcement of rules and regulations, and therefore I can drive through my district and count maybe 10 roosters out in the street, which is kind of pleasant, but people love that. But on the other hand, we get an awful lot of complaints, neighbor against neighbor. They'll call my office and say, please don't tell them my name, don't use my name. And therefore, it'll work. People have to support a law, though, in order for it to work. And I think generally the people will support this.
Thank you. Supervisor Long?
I think that the board gave direction to staff, and they've done an excellent job in trying to bring this together to bring something forward because of the issues of resources, and that over the years there have been significant cuts to staff, and there's virtually a non-existent enforcement unit. So this will help, and I didn't mean those who are out there doing the job, I don't mean they're non-existent. I agree with Supervisor Michaels that perhaps a 6-month report back, just so that we can help you if there are issues, but certainly at least a year, a report back to us. I also think the idea of having an agreement that the fines stop once the offenders sign a compliance agreement, which I know you say, and I know in practice we do that because I've worked with it too, but I think it would be good to have that in the proposal, in the document, that so that it gives you the comfort of knowing that you can use that agreement to stop the fines. I also certainly feel that it's difficult to do something like this and have one size fit all. So I think by having the attachment A that talks about minor, moderate, major violations and some limited description, but still gives some flexibility, I think we work with it and see how it works. There's no question that we've all had in our districts the horror stories of those non-compliant folks who've gone on and on and on and on because we haven't been able to have teeth in our ability to do something other than wait for a legal process to take place. This gives us an ability to get into their pocketbook. And perhaps for the wealthy who can afford to easily pay the fines, we'll look at evaluating that and pump that fine up a little higher. I'm not opposed to taking a look at that. So, and generally, I think it's at least worth moving forward with the comments I've made it for a couple recommended additions to it.
Thank you. Is that a motion?
So motioned.
Okay, we do have a motion and a second on the floor. Supervisor Bennett, do you want to comment?
Yeah, thank you. 6 years ago, I arrived here. Within the first week in my office, I started getting calls about code enforcement, and so I said, well, we're going to get in there and get that solved. I went down, found out there were 1,000 backlog code enforcement violations. I said 1,000, right? And here we are 6 years later, and we said, we got to start doing something about it. So I would offer that, the idea that we should take no action and study this some more just doesn't work I think, from the public standpoint, from the board standpoint, from my standpoint at this point in time. The frustration out there with the public is enormous with code violations that just go, and as we heard here from the Brazen Lease in Ojai, there was one code violation where they put an illegal mobile home on the lot. 2 years ago, we went out, cited them, right? The mobile home's still there. They've done nothing. They've stuck right at that spot. They've got a notice of noncompliance, and they go, so what? It's a toothless tiger. So then, I think that encourages them to say, well, why don't we do some illegal grading while we're at it? And all of a sudden, you've got the illegal grading going on, and if it is not in the community's best interest and government's best interest, it's not good government to have government regulations that are toothless tigers. You either have them or you don't have them, but don't have these things that on paper say it's a violation and it's toothless. Again, 2 years ago they started. They've taken the applicant that we saw the picture of all the way as far as they can, and then they have to wait and we can hope that it's one of the few cases that the district attorney actually takes. The district attorney can only take a few of those thousands of cases just in my district that are backlogged in terms of that. So frustration is too high, and I think we have to move forward. If we do this, I would offer one thing. I think if you step back and look at the big picture, we directed staff to come up with something like this. Staff worked hard at it and has brought it back. We grilled staff pretty good with, well, what about poor? What about, and staff, I think you can see, was fairly careful about trying to build in as many rational, safeguards as they could in the process. Recognizing that nobody can create the perfect ordinance that will apply perfectly in every situation, but the enemy of the good is the demand for that perfect ordinance. So I was impressed that staff had gone as far as they had in terms of doing that. I think it convinces me that staff will at least try to be really fair in the implementation of this. They're not going to try to do things to undermine the credibility of something that I think solves a big problem for them. So overall, I look forward to hearing how it gets tweaked as we put this in, but it's got to be better than where we are at this point in time. The other things that I would offer is that this may actually free staff up to do more code enforcement and to maybe do proactive code enforcement. If people know, hey, I'm going to get a daily fine that's going to go up daily, I'm going to get in there and get this thing taken care of rather than drag this out, because dragging it out just drags staff's time out. Staff have to spend more and more time, and parties call again and claim there's been an added violation there, and maybe there has or there hasn't, but it gets staff back out there to investigate. And if people comply faster, that's good for everybody. It's also particularly good for staff. And we may find a more efficient use of our resources to be able to say, yeah, we'll get a few more code enforcement officers. Right now, we've been in a catch-22. A few more code enforcement officers actually just meant we piled more things up at the we found them wrong, but we didn't get anything done about it category. It'll be easier to invest if you actually think that it's going to happen. The only other thing I would offer is this issue of it coming back. My experience has been over the years, both at the city council level and here, is we're all anxious to get the report back. And I think we have to ask ourselves realistically, 6 months from now, they're going to get all geared up because they have to report back to the board, and here's what they'll report back to the board. We don't have very much information yet because they have to, it's going to take 6 months to gear this whole thing up. I see staff nodding their head. So I don't want to say I don't want them to come back, but I actually think we have to ask ourselves, is that the most efficient use of staff's time to kind of come back for that presentation then? Or do we want this thing to actually, it's going to take 6 months to ramp up, then it takes, a few months for all of the waiting periods, et cetera. I think we get a much better report in 18 months, and that would really tell us, where we are. I'm not opposed if people say, I want to hear something, that's fine. But I think if we actually say, we have a limited resources there, we've stretched them awful far in code enforcement up to this point in time, I would bring them back at the 18-month time period. So right now, we're just moving staff's recommended action. Maybe we can talk about the time period after we do this.
Yeah, I don't intend to put that in the action, that it'd be a set time. I think we use judgment, obviously. If there's nothing to report, don't waste your time with that.
And I'd support that. That'd be great. Just have staff use their judgment, know that we do want to hear from them.
We'll be able to tell how well it's working just by the number of phone calls we get in the office.
Thank you. We do have a motion and a second on the floor. I certainly support the motion, and I really appreciate staff's work on this. And like Supervisor Bennett, I came into my office, and already I had, comments about a long-standing code enforcement issue, code violation, and that's still there. 4 years later, even though we've definitely worked on it, we've sent out the letters, and that's just one of many. So I think this gives us not only the carrot but the stick, and we need that, unfortunately. So seeing no objection then, one objection, excuse me, from Supervisor Michaels, the motion does pass then.
If I could make this comment, I appreciate the flexibility on the coming back. I think that's the way to go. Is that I think we should all be aware that everybody wants code enforcement until it applies to them. And so we will now start to hear more, not from the people who want the code enforcement. We'll start to hear from the people on the other side. Just I've told my staff, as soon as we start to enforce this, watch and see how our phone calls shift. And that's just part of the process.
Thank you.
Title of the ordinance.
Yes, if you could do the reading.
An ordinance of the Board of Supervisors of the County of Ventura repealing and reenacting sections 8114-3.6 and Section 8114-3.7 of the Ventura County Non-Coastal Zoning Ordinance.
Thank you. And the motion passes unanimously, and not unanimously, 4-1, and we look forward to the fruits of this labor. I'm going to, I feel indulge me, I'm going to pull 2 items out of order. I know we've had the Sheriff's Department sitting here for a long time, and I want to go to those items. So I take it you're here for items 41 and 43? So let's do item 41 now.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Mr. Johnson, Bruce McDowell from the Sheriff's Department. We just asked that we have the recommendation to approve the Sheriff's Department law enforcement contract and service rates for fiscal year 2006-2007 and increased appropriations and unanticipated revenue, and we're just here to answer any questions.
Thank you. And I would ask planning staff if they could stick around a little bit longer till after these 2 sheriff items. Thank you. We do have a...
I have one question. Yes. This rate increase for the 5 contract cities, approximately 11%. How's that historically been? Was it 10% last year, 9%? The rate increases on the contracts.
How much was it versus last year?
Yeah, just kind of a range of just curious. Or if you can get back to me.
Yeah, we can get back to you. Andrew Kish from the business office is telling me it was about 8 or 9% last time.
Yeah, I'd like to just have maybe a 5-year history of that increase. Thank you.
And
thank you.
You feel very comfortable that the rates are correct?
Yes.
Getting every cost back to the county?
Every cost that we can legally and within policy and practice that we've done. This process hasn't changed for this year, and so it's been reviewed by Mr. Johnson's office, the Auditor Controller, and County Council.
Okay. Thank you. Motion and a second. I think a lot of people will be interested in seeing the information from the last 5 years.
Okay.
No objections to that, certainly, and that is approved unanimously. And item 43 is another Sheriff's Department. Mr. Johnson.
We'll go to the next item. Bruce, it might be a good idea to do for the last 10, because the last 5 are somewhat distorted as the pension stuff and things kick back in. That will give you a better view of what the average annual is.
Thank you. And these are contracts with
Madam Chair, could I ask something added into that, and that would be, and I hate to ask for something since I'm leaving, but perhaps the rest of the board wants it. If they say no, you don't have to do it. But an increase in costs to the sheriff's department for that year, percentage-wise, maybe it's a year a contract was approved, so personnel cost went up 3%, inflation rate is X, and what was the rate increase of what you're charging, so that we can compare those two things. If the cost of living went up 4% and personnel cost went up 5% because of a contract that we approved, and the city's rate went up 4%, that would be an issue to talk about. And as you say, the process hasn't changed at all, so I think it's important for the board to understand that those two are tracking.
We can look at that and we'll give that to you. There are so many variables to look at, though. Sometimes you can't tell the whole story from something like that. For instance, during the good years, the city's benefited from the retirement rates not going up. They're now paying part of the POBs.
Mm-hmm.
So there are many, many variables that go into that.
I think just a broad sketch from 20,000 feet would give the board an idea of how the rate you're charging and the cost of living have tracked.
Are there any other questions, requests? Okay, and we did have a motion and a second, and that, did we not? Yes, and that did also pass. Thank you. This item then is 43.
Yes, this is the establishment of one administrative assistant to any allocation in the Sheriff's Department inmate services. It is 100% revenue offset from the Inmate Welfare Fund.
Great.
Move approval.
Motion and a second, and see no objection, that passes. Thank you. Sorry you had to wait as long as you did. We had an item on our agenda, a hearing on the zone change in Happy Camp, near the Happy Camp project in Moore Park. Not in Moore Park, but outside of Moore Park. The board opposed it, and it did not pass, and it was related to dividing property from 40 acre to 20 and 2/10. And the opposition to that was that, the city of Moore Park looks at that through their general plan as being urban uses once you get into 10-acre lots. And I would like to be able to do a motion to reconsider this, to look at, instead of the request of 20 and 2/10, but actually to approve with the condition that it would be 220. So at least that gives them the opportunity, if they want to move forward with that kind of development, that would be consistent with Moore Park, more consistent, I think, with the guidelines for orderly development in not approving that kind of urban use farther from the cities. So I'd like to go ahead and make a motion for reconsideration.
Second motion.
Okay, we do have a second then, and again, this is item number 25.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I guess I would have to ask County Council, can we rehear this item when the applicant is not here?
Well, right now,
I mean, if it would be considered another hearing, I would assume, if we're reconsidering it. I don't know that would be proper to all of a sudden hear the item and the applicant is gone.
Plus, the public has not been informed.
Hi, Kim Rodriguez with Ventura County Planning. I did check with the applicant before he left, and he was very happy to have a 20/20 on the acreage. So he had to leave, but I did explain to him that this may happen.
And that's because
I still don't think it's good procedure, but I would like to see him get something, so whatever.
If I could offer, I mean, I think a couple of things that it's more than just the city of Moore Parks. I mean, philosophically, when we had the issue of open space and going to 10 or 20 acres, there were two of us there. I think that I approached this thinking it was like the Planning Commission. It was 3-2 approval, and I think that I thought it was going to be approved 3-2 again in this situation. But with regards to The public was notified about this. We did have the hearing, and my understanding is while we're still in the same board meeting, we can reconsider it, particularly since it's consistent with, we're doing something that's consistent with that original request. And I think we have, so.
Well, yeah, I think you can reconsider it at the same board meeting. I do think there is a notice issue, but the notice issue is with the applicant and the people who came to speak on the item, and they could certainly waive notice, and the indication is the applicant's aware that this reconsideration might occur and supports it. So I think the board can go forward today with reconsidering it and proposing the solution you described, because it's within the scope of what the original published hearing was for anyway.
Might also add, if I could, Madam Chair, is that we now have new procedures in terms of when something takes effect, the vote of the board. If for some reason the applicant's unhappy with this, they could register with that with us, and we could reconsider this, again, if this action is.
Well, it could be reconsidered at a future board.
Exactly, yeah. If they're not, but this way at least they would know, and I think it's consistent with.
And the way I look at it, too, is that we closed the public hearing, and then we had board discussion and made a motion. And so we're back into that would be back into that portion where we've closed the public hearing, and we're back to board discussion about whether we approve or don't approve. But at any rate, the motion is on the table right now, just to do a motion to reconsider. And so I would ask, is anyone opposed to that? Okay, not seeing any opposition, then the motion passes to reconsider item 25. And that's the zone change by William O'Brien in Moore Park, near Moore Park. And then I would go to, instead of opposing the motion, but actually approving the motion, but adding the condition that it would be for just 2 20-acre lots, not the 2 10-acre. And 20, yes, that's the motion.
I'd like to be clear.
So all the conditions will remain, everything exactly the same except for the division of the land. Does that sound understandable and with the planning department? Yes.
I just want to be clear with county council also. So the motion is to have the subdivision be 2 20s instead of 120 and 2 10s, with all the other conditions that the applicant has agreed to still apply. Mm-hmm. Right?
And I would think that this would actually be lesser of an environmental impact, but certainly all the environmental documents and all still stand.
Right.
So my question to you, if you could answer with your voice, is this properly before us?
Yes.
Okay. So we do have a motion on the table. Is there, do we have a second?
I second
We
it.
second that.
And
And Mr.
Go ahead
Stevens?
before I comment.
If I might, I'm sorry to interrupt. The change in the project description, while it can proceed because it is less intense than the proposal that was evaluated in the environmental document, I'm just not comfortable that all of the conditions that you saw in the package still apply to this less intense project. So, I'm a little hesitant about that. Maybe that is something that, if it can be reconsidered later, maybe reconsideration or continuance to another date to give us an opportunity to make sure we've got that all sorted out might be appropriate, or as you described, a reconsideration process at a future meeting is a possibility. I'm not sure which one of them procedurally is better, but I am just a little concerned that the conditions that you saw today don't necessarily apply to the project that you're recommending to approve.
So, and you're anticipating there could be significant adjustments that the board will need to review. It's not something you can, obviously put together. You need 2 driveways instead of
I don't know. I can't say I'm anticipating some significant changes. I just simply don't know.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Supervisor.
Perhaps we could look at the reconsideration to reconsider this item and bump it to a December 12th date. We already have a 1:30 on that date, and add this to that. So they can have time to take a look at the conditions, and the applicant has a chance to be here present.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, just a comment, though, and the reason that I was so uncomfortable with this is, planning on the fly just doesn't work. And to have denied the project and then come back and reconsider, while I'm I'm glad it's being reconsidered because I supported it in the first place. But to just reconsider it with all the conditions, you just can't do that, because there may be some of those conditions that the applicant will not have to comply with, and when you're taking, and changing a whole plan, and the purpose of that plan, the applicant may have to think about, what the value is to them and what the cost is going to be for the remaining conditions with only 2 parcels instead of having 3. So I would very much support bringing it back on the 12th with a report back from staff and give them an opportunity to sit and talk with the applicant up front and what's going to be the agreement, so that when it comes back to the board, we have it all complete and the board can take an action if they choose to.
Yes.
Okay. I mean, I appreciate that, and that's exactly why I said I wanted to ask staff, does this really mean all the conditions would apply? And I can appreciate that maybe some conditions that are unique to the 10-acre parcels. I would hope that the motion would include the sense that the basic concepts that the applicant has agreed to in terms of its impacts, that the applicant would still continue to agree to. I think what we're saying is the applicant made a good faith effort to try to meet those things, and we want to check and say if we go to 220s, can they still, if those basic concepts still apply, I would certainly be in favor of it at that point in time. But there may be some unique things. I just wouldn't want to open the door to say, oh, now there's going to be a whole-scale change to where they're going, right? So
Thank you.
that would be the sense of
Okay,
the
so
motion.
just, I'll go ahead and take my motion back in the second, and the next motion on the floor is to go ahead and bring it back. I think that you made that on the December 12th meeting.
At 1:30.
At 1:30, and that's we have a motion and a second on that, and well, it probably would have been better to just point that out during the hearing that, we're uncomfortable with breaking it into 2 10-acre. This is something we could support. I think we have the same result either way, and we'll look forward to having it back then on the 12th at 1:30, and is that a unanimous vote then? Thank you. That does pass then, and we'll see this again and looking at it as 2 parcels instead. All right, we'll now move on to we'll go ahead and break it. We have our 12 o'clock closed session, so we'll break that and then come back at 1 o'clock for the rest of our agenda. Thank you.
Can we get the closed session done in 30 minutes? Okay.
Hi, we're coming back from our closed session to the Board of Supervisors meeting on November 21st, 2006. We're going to go right to item 40, take that out of order so that to accommodate some staff appointments. So item 40 is the Resource Management Agency.
Good afternoon, Chair Parks, board members, Mr. Johnston. This is authorization to spend money that we were provided from an Albertsons settlement. We were one among a number of agencies that did investigation on a recent case. It involves the increase in our budget and then a corresponding increase in appropriation of $8,600 and $8,665.
Thank you.
Other questions?
I have none. Any questions? We have a motion and a second. Seeing no objections, that passes. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. So now we'll go back to where we are, which is on item 33, and marching our way through the rest of the agenda. Item 33 is information on the annual review of accounts of developer fees, and it's our
Chair
Christine
Parks,
Cohen. Yes.
members of the board, Mr. Johnson, you're asked today to receive the information on attachments 1, 2, and 3 regarding the developer fees as required by code, and then on December 12th, you'll come back and complete your review and findings at that time. And I really have no additional information to add other than what is in the document.
Are there any questions or comments on this item? It's an annual report. I note that we did get the Quimby fees that have been on there for quite some time in Lake Sherwood over to starting to put them into action for some trail building, so that's nice. Do I have questions or a motion? We have a motion and a second, and seeing no objections to that, item 33 passes. Thank you for that report. Our next item on the agenda is item 34, and this is with our CEO's office, and this is regarding county executive. Oh, I'm sorry. Well, that makes more sense. This is with our county council, and this is regarding their report on Channel Islands Beach Community Service District in Beacon. And I do have some cards.
Yes, good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board, Mr. Johnston. I'm Leroy Smith, Chief Assistant County Counsel. With me is Roberto Oriana, who is the primary author of the report. I'm just here to introduce Mr. Oriana and apologize that Mr. Klebaum cannot be here. He's on vacation this week. Although I am available to answer any questions that you might have on some of the administrative issues, but as to the substance of the report, Mr. Oriana will address that. Just a little background on how we came to do the report, just for the record. In reviewing this, on April 18th, 2006, in the board comment session of the meeting for that date, we were asked to report back to the board on 4 specific questions. We worked on that for some time, and in July, it was July 25th, there was an agendized matter before the board. That was put on by the CEO's office. At that time, the board discussed the progress or the status of this request, and at that time we indicated we thought our part of the project could be completed in late September, and the CEO, who was working on part of this information, thought it would be in October. Nonetheless, we finished our part more or less in late September, October, and we filed this report, which doesn't fully address question 4, which if you read the report, it deals with the water rate issue. And part of the reason for that was the CEO's office hadn't completed its analysis yet with its outside consultant. So we filed the report based on our analysis of the legal issues, and we give some treatment to the question number 4, which is the water rate question. That's just a brief background for how we came to file the report, and Mr. Oriana is here to address the substance of the report.
Good afternoon, Supervisor Parks, members of the board, Mr. Johnston. On April 18th, as Leroy Smith indicated, the board through Supervisor Bennett, referred to our office 4 issues. We researched those issues based on what information available in the public record, including making a Public Records Act request to the Channel Islands Beach Community Service District, and finally got the documents from them and did a site visit in August, I believe, and then prepared the draft report, which has been revised. It was originally a memorandum to the board, and then Mr. Clavon decided it should be a board letter. And the only consultations I'm aware of was timing of bringing it to the agenda, and it was brought at this time. The 4 basic questions that were asked by Supervisor Bennett are, were the CIB-CSD donations to the Beacon Foundation through the Environmental Defense Center illegal gifts of public funds? Were the board's votes due to conflicts of certain directors void, making the grants or contracts or donations voidable? And then what legal options are available to the county based on the answers to those first 2 questions? The 4th question, as Mr. Smith indicated, was what options does the county have with regard to the high water rates charged, especially to the harbor and its lessees by the district, and that relates to the previous agreement with the 25 to 30-year term between the county and Channel Islands Beach Community Service District, which is Exhibit A to today's item. That issue was agendized on the 25th and referenced to have an update of the Penfield study, which had occurred about 10 years ago, to update that study to make sure we are properly analyzing all the economic ramifications of an early termination of that agreement, and that I understand that Penfield had some delay and difficulty getting together with the district manager, who I think has now left the district, Mr. Kuykendall, and that report is not ready. I think we'd originally hoped we could bring both of these items together to the board, but this part was complete, and so it's here before you today, and I'm here to answer questions. Our answers are basically set forth in the report on pages 2 and 3, and are based on the record and information available to us. We have not done any kind of investigation. On Saturday, the district attorney indicated that he was going to look into the matters according to the LA Times. I do have a couple comments based on things that have been heard that are outside the report. First of all, as the district attorney pointed out, there is no excuse to say that legal counsel advised us that it was all right. The law states that the contract is void and that it's possibly a criminal offense even if you receive that counsel. The Chapman case in San Diego was recent and thorough on that point. And the other is that there's a feeling that these aren't contracts because they were grants or donations. The Honig case, Mr. Honig was convicted. He made that same argument, and the court rejected that argument. Grants are essentially contracts without the requirement of consideration back to the government entity, but they still qualify under 1090 as violations because there's an interest of a director. And finally, on that point, it does not matter whether a director discloses, which has to be disclosed, the conflict. Under 1090, if there's an interest in a violation, the public entity is unable to make the grant, even if the member doesn't show up at the meeting. A conflict is perceived to show that there's some influence going on, perhaps behind the scenes, and the law is very clear that the government entity cannot make that grant or contract regardless of whether that member participates. Other than that, I'm here to address questions you may have now or after public comment.
Right on. Your 16 or 18-page document letter deals with the conflict, as you just covered it, with the CSD members and Beacon. Is that correct?
In part, yes.
And then the other issue, there seems to be 2 issues for you here. One is that conflict. The other is the authority of the Community Service District to, in fact, use money as it did, allegedly
Yes,
did.
that's correct, Supervisor.
And can you go over that a little bit more?
Certainly.
Completely.
One of the issues addressed in the Honig case was when he asserted it wasn't a contract, they were grants. The court found that because the Constitution prohibits the gift of public funds for a purpose beyond the authority of whatever entity is giving it, they still qualified as a violation of 1090. The first issue we were asked to look at was whether it was a gift of public funds, meaning even if there were no conflict of directors, could the district give these monies for this purpose? The main part of our analysis there is it's beyond any purpose of the district. Part of their legal advice that we've seen that they gotten was that there's a general public purpose for this money and that it was an issue that affected the constituents of the district. Certainly true. However, whereas a county or a city is a general purpose entity that can serve the general needs of the community, special districts are very different animals, and all the cases are very clear that it has to be a specified, enacted purpose of the district. The most unusual and telling case on this is the Golden Gate Bridge District case, where the district tried to give surplus funds to the county and city, and the court found it could not be done. In that case, the district manager refused, over the vote of his board, to allow these surplus monies, and on top of that, there was a state statute that authorized the giving of the monies. The court found the statute unconstitutional, that it was a gift of public funds because the counties could not spend the money for a purpose of the district, which was the Golden Gate Bridge. Obviously, the bridge didn't need the money. That's why they were trying to give it away. So the court upheld the district manager's refusal to give those funds. In our case, what we have is funds giving for a community service interest, an interest of people in the community, but not any function that we could find of the Channel Islands Beach Community Service District. Therefore, it's a gift of public funds in our analysis.
I just have a few more questions.
Please, go ahead. I was just going to ask the opposite question, kind of follow up on yours.
Oh, go ahead.
Okay, what if it isn't a gift of public funds, but there was a conflict of interest?
That would depend.
Would they still be able to? Yes, go ahead.
If there were a purpose, then the 1090 analysis, as I mentioned earlier, states if there's a conflict, then they can't be given at all. So if there's a purpose and no conflict, then it would be proper, just as it would be proper to do it, as long as the entity receiving the funds has the authority and power to undertake the purpose of the entity. For example, when we bid out to a contractor to build a road, obviously Public Works has that authority and we have the general purpose. But that's not what we could find by the evidence in the report and the exhibits.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Flynn.
What is your understanding of the purpose the district had in providing these funds?
The stated purpose was the concerns in the community, and they view themselves, according to their webpage and documents I reviewed, as a forum for community issues to be discussed. And this was of interest to the constituents. I put that exact question to the general manager when I met with him. He said this was an issue that our voters are concerned about in the district, and therefore we view we have the power under a general public purpose to do it. The case law is exactly to the contrary, and in fact the Golden Gate case went on for 5 or 6 pages about how even though they're the same voters, the ratepayers who paid for the bridge fees are entitled to have that money spent on the bridge fees. Therefore, the analogy is the ratepayers in the Channel Islands Community Service District are entitled to have those rate money spent for water, sewage, and trash, not for a lawsuit.
I just have a couple of more questions. Is there utilities money, as you just mentioned, cannot be used for anything other than utilities?
It has to be not only nothing other than utilities, but it has to be a specified utility. There's a case in Turlock where the irrigation district spent the money on gas supplies to give supply, and it related to the farmers needing gas. But the court said that was not allowed, that the ratepayers didn't pay for gas services. You could only do irrigation services.
Well, further question. Some of the district comments, at least that I read here, are that the district does have general fund monies that comes from property tax and not in addition to utility money. What can the district use the property tax money for?
They can use it for any of their authorized purposes, unless it's earmarked or restricted in an enterprise fund. What I was told it was used for was a park in the area that they helped maintain by an agreement, I believe, with the city or the county. We didn't find much information on that.
The DA uses the word inquiry, at least in the LA Times article. Inquiry, but first the word investigation is used by the DA, then inquiry. And an inquiry is somewhat of a lighter it's a form of investigating, but much lighter than a full investigation. How do you classify the report that you wrote? An investigation or?
Well, we didn't try to undertake an investigation, and the district attorney meant a grand jury inquiry because he does refer to it possibly going to the grand jury in the article. I can't speak to what the district attorney meant, but we reviewed it as a report to answer Supervisor Bennett's questions based on what was readily available in the public record and then legal research, which we normally do. Other than my going to the district, all my time was spent in the office, some of it online, to gather the background information to confirm what the Star had reported.
Do you think there is a question, though, in your mind, did I do an investigation or simply a report?
I don't think I did an investigation, and that's why our conclusions are probables. They're not conclusive.
Let me just assume, with your permission, that you did an investigation. Let's assume. Does this government have the authority to investigate another local government that's independent?
I don't know the answer to that.
Well, I think the county does.
Pardon me?
They do it all the time. I think the county has the authority to investigate other local entities, other governments.
Other local independent entities that have a separate elected group of people?
I'm not saying the county council does. I'm saying the county. I mean, the DA, for example, could do that.
I'd have to see that specifically. I think a debate could be made here, though, that you did more of an investigation than simply a report, but that is a judgment call on my part.
I have a question. You're talking about other cases, and I just think of one very locally, actually with the same attorney for the district. That was for the Channel Islands Beach District. When the Triumph Sanitation District approved a contract with VRSD to be their operator, and two members on Triumpho were members of VRSD, so they're essentially voting on their own contract. County council at the time believed as long as you disclosed the fact that you were part of VRSD, then they could approve VRSD's contract. And I'm just wondering how this differs from the Beach Service District, which according to them, though not in their minutes, they did disclose that they were members of Beacon before the vote. Then to me, if that's the case, they seem very similar to me. And in both cases, the belief by the board or the case that they're making is that it was necessary and in conjunction with the duties of their district.
Well, Robert might be able to address the legal. Okay, yeah. I mean, there is a distinction between a financial interest in a contract and a remote interest. And then there are a lot of exceptions to that. So it gets kind of complicated as to whether there's some exception to the rule that you can't just, ordinarily, you can't just recuse yourself and have the entity vote on it if there's a material financial interest. If it's a remote interest, yes, you can just, as long as you do disclose it. And then there are other requirements. So it gets kind of complicated, you know, specifically as to what the two entities are, what the contract is all about, what the status of the person voting is, whether they're compensated or not, for example. So I don't know exactly all the facts with Triumphal. I'd have to look at that, but our report analyzes this.
It wasn't a fair question, I know, because there are a lot of details, but in both cases I would think that they're both kind of a remote interest, that they're not personally gaining from it, supposedly.
I can speak just slightly further to that. On page 15 and following, we go into the non-district exemptions. We just list numbers A, 7, and 8 of all those exemptions. Could well be that the Triumpho situation's in 1 through 5. I have never even looked at that. But we tried to find every non-interest exemption we can, and that part of our opinion is not conclusive. We say it's probable. The other point is here you have a private company involved, and it's a nonprofit, so we went into the nonprofit exemptions. It would have been even clearer if it was a for-profit private entity. So you have apples and oranges and grapes here. And we just tried to make a fair analysis of what was the situation for these apples.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions? I do have a few cards, so we'll go ahead and call the cards and then bring you back to respond if you can. Our first speaker is John Matthews, and then followed by Lee Quaintance.
Good afternoon. My name is John Matthews, and I serve as General Counsel to the Beach Community Services District. I'd be remiss, though, before I start my comments, in not thanking Supervisor Long this morning. I serve on the RAIN Project Board of Directors, and I want to commend the Board of Supervisors for your support in that. With as much as we have, the abundance that we have, this is a good time of year to reflect on that and to possibly make a donation if you can. So I do appreciate you saying that. I appreciate the opportunity to be here and present some of our concerns and some of our thoughts concerning County Council's memo. As you're aware, we've only had it for 4 days, not a long period of time. So my comments are going to be both brief and general in nature. I want you also to know that I have great respect for County Council and their staff. They do great work for you. Their opinions are generally well thought out. And our Board of Directors takes the opinion of County Council seriously, and we take these allegations and these opinions seriously. I do want you to know, however, that I don't agree with County Council on their opinions here. And part of the disagreement might arise from County Council's apparent reliance on incomplete facts, on newspaper articles, as I've heard from websites, and also from hearsay. It also appears to me that there's some fundamental legal elements of the law cited that are incorrect. I'm just going to hit 2 major issues for you and try and deal with those directly, and I'll try and be brief about them. I disagree with County Council that the district's payment of funds to the EDC constitutes a gift of public funds. As you can see, we as lawyers like to get into the minutia real quick and argue about remote, non-remote, and non-interest, and I'm not a complicated guy. I'm a relatively simple guy, so I don't know what it's like to sit up there and hear lawyers yak at you all day and tell you all these fine parts of the law. But let's look at really what happened in this particular situation. In this particular situation, there was a facility that was going to be placed within the boundaries of our service area. We provide services, the core of which are water, sewer, and trash, albeit there are other services we provide. What the district was doing was basically commencing an environmental review and continuing an environmental review of that particular project. County Council seems to have framed this issue as the funding of the Beacon Foundation's litigation for payment or their attorney's fees. This simply isn't the case. The district's payment to the EDC were specifically for the preparation of an administrative record, which is a necessary step in our district's own environmental review and evaluation of the project. We're hard-pressed to see how the review of a facility within the district, or a district, which would demand services, such as water, sewer, trash, would constitute a gift of public funds. For example, if you took County Council's argument to the nth degree, anytime a district went to staff or an environmental consultant to look at an administrative record or look at the environmental documents, it would constitute a gift of public funds. If you took another example, if this weren't a boating and safety center and was a large condominium project that we had to provide water, sewer, and trash, does anybody think, in the big sense, I'm going to argue, County Council and I can argue for a long time on what exceptions would apply, would anybody think that we shouldn't have an opportunity to review the environmental documents in that particular case? Take another example of another district I represent, an agricultural district on the Oxnard Plain, the Pleasant Valley County Water District. What if we were going to construct a large golf course in the Cayugas Creek watershed? Would you say to Pleasant Valley, don't review anything, don't look at any administrative records, don't develop any administrative records because you're not in the golf business? I really hope that's not what the Board of Supervisors stand for, and I don't think you do. By arguing that this is a gift of public funds, you'd have to conclude that the building here had no possible impact on water, sewer, and trash, and I just don't think that's real world. I think if the board takes the position that this is a gift of public funds, and I don't even know if you're in a position to do that, but assuming that's the position you take, I think you're sending a real, serious, dangerous message to other public entities, and that it would have a chilling effect on us doing our job, which is to review environmental effects, potential environmental effects within our district. The second point I'd like to make is I don't agree with County Council that any action by the board members constitute a violation of Section 1090 of the Government Code. Again, without getting into the minutia of it, can I have like a minute extra?
Go ahead.
I think we need to look at the bigger picture. Section 1090 of the Government Code addresses conflicts of interest existing when a district makes a contract. Today, we've heard county council say, well, there was a contract per the Honig case. I'm willing to debate that at some period of time. The Honig case can be distinguished from this particular case. I just don't think there's a contract in this case. Furthermore, county council makes reference to an alleged debt from the Beacon Foundation to the EDC. I'm not aware of it. I haven't seen it. If there's a note or a promissory note or some debt from the Beacon Foundation to the EDC, I'm just not aware of it. Without the existence of a contract, we don't believe that Section 1090 applies. What does apply are the general conflict of interest protections set forth in the Political Reform Act, which deals with all financial conflicts of interest, including non-contractual payments and contribution. The district's payment is permissible under the Political Reform Act, and no violation of this act has been alleged by county council. Again, looking at the big picture, the conflict of interest and 1090 were set up so that, in essence, people like you, people that do public service, don't line their pockets, don't have financial gain. There's been no allegation here that the people that serve on the Channel Islands Board of Directors have somehow benefited financially from this. Again, we can argue about the nuances of the law, and I'll be happy to discuss with county council later those issues after we've had a chance to look at this closer. But the court, I'm going to wrap up real quick. The courts and the legislature are looking for issues where people are, in essence, taking public monies for their own benefit. Again, I appreciate the opportunity to be here. And I wish everybody a happy Thanksgiving.
You'll have an opportunity to stick around here. We have some questions for you.
Oh, sure.
Okay.
Absolutely. Of course.
We're going to have questions later.
Is there a question?
I just have a question for you. You were saying that the district had the right to review the administrative record.
I believe they do.
My question is, did the district was the district's review of the administrative record used by the lawyer in the case?
I don't know that. I believe that the administrative record was used by the attorney in the lawsuit. I do believe that. I'm not positive of that.
Okay. All right. And that's probably the bigger issue. In terms of the conflict of interest case, anything you know about in terms of the Golden Gate Bridge case, were the people trying to they weren't trying to transfer money to themselves. They were actually trying to transfer money to taxpayers. Right?
I appreciate that. And as I said, we've had this for 4 days. You all have had this for a little longer. And I'd be happy at some point in time if county council wants to pick up the phone and call us and ask us our opinion and distinguish some of these cases. We'd be happy to do that.
So you're not certain if the lawyer used the administrative record, but you believe that he did? Is that?
I assume he did. I shouldn't assume anything, but Supervisor Bennett, I would think that's the case. Thank you. Thanks.
Do you have a question also?
And because of that, yes, I do.
Yeah, okay.
Because of that, then you don't. Because of that reason you just gave about the administrative record, then therefore this is not a gift of public funds.
The administrative record was part of our environmental review also. Again, looking at the bigger picture, I don't think this Board of Supervisors wants to be in a position where you're telling other agencies for projects that are within their boundaries, unless it's so clear that there's no. But in this situation, again, if you use the example of a private developer building condominiums or apartments, I would assume you'd want districts like Channel Islands to look at that and review the environmental documents, because we are going to provide sewer, water, and trash to them, just as we would to the Boating and Safety Center.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Thank you. Have a great
one question. Do you have any? I don't understand quite the time restraints here, but do you have any other points you think you need to share?
No, not really. I'd be happy to discuss the legal nuances, but I think my 2 points I've made. So, great. Have a happy Thanksgiving. Thanks.
And we generally do 5 minutes, but we went a minute or so over. Mr. Quaintance, and followed by Elise Lazar.
To get my glasses, excuse me.
He's going to get his other glasses.
Thank you for your indulgence for that. I'm Lee Quaintance, a founding board member of the Beacon Foundation, and I'm here as one of the grapes. The Klebaum investigation precipitated an investigation by the district attorney. An unbiased review would have shown that the Community Service District had ample authority to expend funds for the voting center administrative record. The total involved was less than $12,000. That's not the reason. It's because it was within their authority. And this is not, and I'm afraid there's a certain air to this, that this is somehow about vigilance for public funds. If the county concern was really the $12,000 expended on the administrative record, why did it wait nearly 3 years to pursue it? The county's threats come only 1 month after a court nullified Coastal Commission approval of the voting center project. The court acted because of inadequate review of environmental impacts. This is retaliation for that defeat. It is also a smokescreen to deflect attention from fiscal irresponsibility going on right now in pursuing harbor redevelopment. Just because this is perhaps an occasion to bring a little attention to it, we have provided you with a fact sheet on what has been and is being spent on lobbyists to try to get the county's harbor redevelopment through the Coastal Commission. The firm of Culbertson, Adams and Associates has, according to Mrs. Cohen's records, received through November 1st $685,000. That payment is to secure Coastal Commission approval of harbor redevelopment. Practically none of the scope of work has been achieved. The county is incurring costly delays by failing to respect its public works plan, the California Coastal Act, and the conditions put upon it by the Coastal Commission. That's what's outlined in the fact sheet. I'd like to tell you just a little bit about the Beacon Foundation, and we did provide you with this brochure which talks about some of the things that we have done. This brochure is a snapshot of our work protecting coastal environmental resources of Ventura County. We are a very small, all-volunteer, nonprofit citizen organization that has been at this for 11 years. We have no employees, and none of our directors or officers are paid. Maybe you have to be a little bit nuts to stand up for environmental process and protection. That can put you at odds with some very influential and people who have a great interest in something that you may not think has been properly reviewed environmentally. They also may have great disproportionate assets to yours. All of those things are at work here. Emotions rise high. We have even once been the end of a death threat. But nothing has approached in our 11 years the recklessness of this attack. Put simply, Supervisor Bennett found a way, without any oversight by this board, to get the entire attorney resources of Ventura County looking for a violation of law. The goal is to unearth something, anything, and at any cost, to discredit and intimidate it. We would not be human if we are not concerned by seeing the whole posse running after us. To us, this looks like a witch hunt. The Klebaum report is a partisan cookbook, 18 pages of theories, thrown raw at the wall in hope that something will stick. Just how raw the claims are is shown at page 17, if you will look at it. Mr. Klebaum says his office has not studied, quote, the likelihood of prevailing in any such action. Yet here we are looking down the muzzle of a district attorney's investigation. Who's next in the crosshairs? All we know for sure is that intimidation is being made board policy. It can be used against us, it can be used against others. That is very dangerous to a free society. The Beacon Foundation will continue with its work and to speak out.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Quaintance, Supervisor Flynn would like to ask you a question.
Mr. Quaintance, you mentioned Supervisor Bennett's name. Do you, Is he the driving force, you think, behind this investigation?
All I know is what I saw in public session, which is as a director's comment, an individual supervisor asked county council to do something, to do some kind of review. And the next thing I know is that a report, which is called preliminary by council on many points, is spread on the record. And I think an inevitable result of bringing all these half-baked things out on the record is that the DA would pick that up. When the board has had no role in reviewing or considering the validity of what it is passing on. I can't speak to Mr. Bennett's motivations in doing that.
Mr. Acquaintance, obviously it has come to the, from reading the paper, that the district attorney is doing at least an inquiry. Are you opposed to that?
Well, in the abstract, do I think that should have occurred? No. At least not without the actual involvement of this board and making some kind of determination about the validity of what is put forward in this manner. I don't know that the district attorney realistically has any choice now. However, I think that has been precipitated by a type of action which I think is very irresponsible and very hurtful. Mm-hmm. Our reputation has been damaged regardless of the outcome. And I think that it should give everyone pause to think that if this kind of unleashing can be done to one little nonprofit that admittedly and proudly has caused environmental review by this county to be seriously questioned more than once and right now in the Coastal Commission. But if this can just all be generated and brought down on our head, that's a very irresponsible thing to do.
Our next speaker is Elise Lazar, and followed by Penny Bain.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairperson Parks and Supervisors Bennett, Long, Michaels, and Flynn. My name is Elise Lazar. I'm counsel for the Beacon Foundation. The staff report states that the purpose of this agenda item is to, 1, receive and file the report, and 2, take such actions as this board deems appropriate. The listed actions are limited to directing county council to study the likelihood of prevailing in some sort of civil litigation and meeting in closed session at a future date to discuss it, or 2, having the board consider referring the matter to the grand jury and DA for investigation of what apparently are non-existent conflicts of interest. On Friday, county council violated governmental process, due process, by sharing this report with the DA before it was even received by this board and before there was a public hearing and public input on the deficiencies in this report. Due to county council's precipitous and irresponsible action, the DA has initiated a criminal inquiry or investigation, we're not sure, regarding this matter, targeting officers of the Beacon Foundation. We are outraged and ask that this board not validate council's actions premised on a newspaper article and not the true facts. Staff has failed to disclose to this board and the public certain facts showing there is no merit to any of the allegations. The board and the public have not been provided with a legal memo given to CIBCSD's board by its counsel at the time, analyzing the facts and the law and concluding that the expenditure of the funds was legally correct and that there was no conflict of interest or other impropriety by any board member in voting to approve the item. Exhibit E to County Council's report, which I have provided to you because County Council has not, contains excerpts from this memo which establish there is no validity to County Council's trumped-up accusations. Was Exhibit E even provided to the DA? Where's this full memo? Not just experts. Was it ever obtained by County Council before precipitously acting on this? I think not. Staff has also failed to inform you that you have no basis, no standing, and are out of time to pursue any civil actions. This is a red herring. If you look at the memo that I provided to you, you had 60 to 90 days to act on this. You had to attend the hearings, which nobody from the county did, and you're out of time. There's no right to any civil recourse. A full and fair disclosure of significant relevant information on this item is required before this board takes any action. You do not have all the facts before you today. There has been no wrongdoing or even an appearance of impropriety by Beacon or any of its officers regarding money paid by the Channel Islands District relating to a proposed project, the BISC, which will impact the district's service area. The only thing that Beacon's members are guilty of is being correct in their claims to the board that the BISC environmental review was legally inadequate, as has been determined by the court in the Habitat for Hollywood Beach case. Scapegoating my client is neither warranted nor a valid use of the county's or, in fact, the DA's resources. The county needs to move forward with complying with the court's mandate and not attempt to silence those who pointed out legal deficiencies in the BISC. So what can you do now that your attorney has precipitated a criminal inquiry investigation of my client's officers based on this incomplete and incorrect draft report? You can at least inform the DA that he has not been provided with all of the facts, and neither has the board. And consequently, you have not approved or adopted any of the conclusions of the report as being accurate. At least do that for my clients. Each member of this board took an oath to uphold and support the Constitution, which includes supporting the First Amendment rights of the Beacon Foundation and its members to voice their opinions in county meetings and occasionally in the courts without fear of such baseless retribution. We ask you to uphold this duty today and take the steps necessary to enable my clients, one of whom is here today, to be able to speak out and not be silenced by unwarranted criminal allegations. Thank you so much for your time.
Any questions? No, thank you. And our last speaker is Penny Bain.
Thank you, Madam Chair, board members, Mr. Johnson. I'd like to, if I could, first, I'm representing the master lessees at Channel Islands Harbor, and since I'm the only one here speaking for them, I would hope that if I need an extra minute, I might be allowed that same courtesy.
May I ask a question? I really can't hear you very well. You're representing whom?
The master lessees at Channel Islands Harbor. When the Beach Community Services District was formed 20 years ago, I was here. I was working and living in this community, and it was an isolated area in the unincorporated part of Ventura County, and it was needed. And John Flynn, I think we can thank you for that. Now there are city services available, and in fact, the CSD buys their services from adjacent cities, with water, sewer, and trash being provided by a contractor, where the CSD just adds on additional overhead to all the ratepayers. I submit to you that this district has outlived its usefulness. To continue allowing this district to exist, to use words and phrases that I hear at this board regularly, is poor public policy and bad government. There are more than 3,500 special districts in the state of California, with many operating very well below the radar of those charged with the oversight of taxpayer, ratepayer dollars. However, as we all know, once created, they take on a life of their own, and they're very difficult to get rid of. I would like to think that the lessees might be the driving force behind that item number 4 in County Council's report. I'll remind you of the letter that we brought to Johnny Johnston on 22 June of '06 from our master lessees, wherein we requested that the county exercise its option to terminate the water service agreement with the Beach CSD. Our harbor lessees are severely disadvantaged by charges of 40% more for water and other services than we would be paying to the city of Oxnard for the same service. And by the way, you, the county, are paying those same exorbitant rates. This report by County Council is alarming to say the least, and now more than ever, we urge you to protect us from this elite fiefdom and pursue, to the extent possible, all avenues to protect us from their further alleged gifts of funds, which are our taxpayer, our ratepayer dollars. In my opinion, that would be good government. And if I could,
I would like to respond to a couple of things that Mr. Quaintance said. One, the court decision regarding the Boating Instruction and Safety Center, that was a convenient way to spin what really happened in that court decision. The BISC will be built. It will be built where it is identified. The EIR was satisfactory. It was more a Coastal Commission staff report, and it will come back and it will be built. On the other, regarding fees paid to lobbyists, anyone who works with the Coastal Commission, I represent several home builders in Southern California, no one would try to deal with the Coastal Commission without those people with the expertise on land use, Coastal Commission. If you talk to any one of them, they will tell you. And I know, Mr. Flynn, you're flinching because you used to serve on the Coastal Commission, but that was a long time ago, and this is today. I thank you for your time.
See, you didn't need your extra time. All right, that does conclude our public comment cards on this item. And I'll go back to County Council if you wanted to make any comments from the testimony you've heard. Yes, Mr. Ariano?
I'd like to make a few brief comments. First of all, the matter started with the Beacon Foundation having members serving on the Channel Islands Beach Community District Board and asking for fees to supplement fees due in their litigation. The obligation is for a client to pay for the fees and costs incurred by their attorney. They filed the action. Their attorney had to prepare the administrative record. Therefore, they had a debt to the district had a debt to the Environmental Defense Center as their counsel through the Beacon Foundation. We provided courtesy copies of the board materials along with all exhibits, including Mr. Matthews' memorandum, to the board members and senior county officials, as we do regularly on the day it went to Roberta for the agenda. That's how the sheriff got his copy, the DA got his copy, and there was no influence or even a call to the district attorney as far as I'm aware. You can ask Mr. Claiborne that at a future time, but all I know is he got the normal board information because we were filing a board item along with all the exhibits. As to the state of Exhibit E, that is how we received it from Mr. Matthews. Anything else that was in that memo would be attorney-client privileged and wouldn't be our obligation or even duty or within reason for us to ask him to reveal client confidence. He selected the pages to give us. We fully incorporated his analysis into our opinion. We also stated exact amounts that were shown in the records of the district that were expended. They were less than were authorized, but they were around $15,000 in total. The timing, therefore, was just because it was agendized for the board and was given to everyone as it is. There's nothing tentative about our analysis of what we provided. And I asked the district manager, both formally in a public record request and when I went to the site, for everything possible on their sides. Any parts of their articles of formation that would allow this, and what his exact reasons were for saying this was not a gift of public funds. And as reported, his reasoning was it was a public purpose within the concern of voters in that district. I think the case law makes clear that's not sufficient. It has to be a specified purpose of the district. I can answer any other particular ones you have, but I think we have given them ample opportunity to give us those facts. I consulted Mr. Matthews back in June on this issue and asked for anything he wanted to provide, and Exhibit E is what he provided. I at least 3 times spoke to Mr. Kuykendall, and everything that he gave me I reviewed. It was about 250 pages total, and there were about 8 pages. Oh, there was one other thing that I was forgetting. We did object to this when it was first on the Channel Islands Beach Community Service District agenda, and so did Randy Short for Almar, saying it was a gift of ratepayer monies to be donated. There's a letter from Lynn Krieger that was among the materials that Mr. Kuykendall provided to me, and a letter from Randy Short. So this was not something we just came to lately, or even at Supervisor Bennett's request. It was something our office consulted with the harbor director on and approved her objection at that time.
Are there any questions by the board? Do you know the statement was also made that, well, I guess you're saying that we were part of the record so that we had the opportunity in a period of time in which to challenge it, and we did not, so it's moot?
No, I'm not saying that. We have not analyzed the timing. That would be part of our analysis for closed session of the timing. There obviously isn't the same kind of statute of limitation issue for a district attorney criminal violations have very different, if any, sometimes statutes limiting them. We would have to look at the statute of limitation issue for these carefully because it has been quite a while. But that's part of why we said we'd bring that back in closed session and didn't go into it in a public document.
If the board so chooses.
Right, solely if a majority of the board so chooses.
Okay. Supervisor Flynn?
Let me just ask a couple more questions. There are people mentioned in your report, names of people who you identify as being members of the CSD Board of Directors and also members of the Beacon. Did you provide those people mentioned in here with a copy of your report?
No, I don't believe it was, except on the noticed agenda, and I think they all received it immediately.
But should they? Don't you think in retrospect that you should have?
Well, that would be a call for Mr. Claiborne, but it wasn't an issue we addressed.
Well, you are representing him.
Well, Mr. Oriano didn't make any decisions in that arena. I mean, our objective was to treat this like any other matter before the board. We were requested to respond to questions. We did our best job to prepare an objective, comprehensive report, and we filed it in accordance with the regular rules.
Just have another question, mainly about policy. I recall Supervisor Bennett identifying these questions. In fact, I think he read the questions. And he asked for a report, I think, something like that. It was not a board majority vote to direct you to do that. You simply went on Mr. Bennett's questions, 4 questions, and it seems to me you should have asked that it be put on the agenda the following week so the board could have weighed in on the request made by Mr. Bennett.
Well, I mean, I just think it's been a long-standing policy. It's also in the board's written rules for procedures. And I'm looking at, I think it's page 13 in the administrative manual, policy chapter 2-11. But it provides that any board member in the board comment session, any board member may request staff to report back to the body at a subsequent meeting concerning any matter. I mean, that's the written description of the board policy. That happens quite frequently, that a board member will request staff to report back to the whole board on any matter, and that's how we perceived it. We were asked to report back in conjunction with the CEO. It was a request to have both of our offices work on this and report back to the board. And, you know, for us, that was a marching order, and that's what we did. And it was agendized in July with the status report, and Mr. Johnston addressed the board and told them the status.
But I still have a question. I know Mr. Bennett is next, probably. Thank you. These are really serious matters here. The questions are very serious, and people are going to be involved with them. It's something that should not be taken in kind of a casual way. Oh, Mr. Bennett asked that these be reported upon, and we're going to do that. The report that you rendered actually pretty much makes charges against people who live in the community. And I just think once that started to look like it was going to happen, you should have been back here immediately for authorization. I don't think you had the authorization to satisfy Mr. Bennett's questions because they're so serious. These are questions really that belong across the street, not here, across the street. And that's where he should have gone with his questions. We do have a separations of powers in this country. It's something that makes our government the very best probably in the world. And that is we have the executive branch here, the legislative branch, and the justice branch over there. This is the wrong place to be bringing about charges that Mr. Bennett identified with these questions.
Thank you. Are there other questions by board members? Supervisor Bennett.
Thank you. You may or may not remember, when I asked the 4 questions at the board comment, did anybody object to that you're aware of?
No, they did not.
When the issue came back in July, did anybody object?
No, they did not.
So I'd like to just make sure that's out there on the record. When I asked the questions, nobody objected. When the issue was agendized and came back to this board in July with a status report in terms of where they were with the investigation, there was no objection at that point in time also. I'll hold my other comments until all the questions are done.
Are there other questions from the board on this?
What is the action you're asking for?
We have a set of choices that before us if we'd like to look further. One of them was the potential of referring to the district attorney, if I recall, and I would imagine that's been taken care of because the district attorney has on his own volition chose to look at this according to what we have read. So that leaves us with the remaining 2 choices. I guess you find them on page 30. I believe it's 17 in the staff report. It says a primary remedy for relief is to obtain. Well, would you like to go through Ms. Ariana? I think you gave us 3 choices.
Certainly, Supervisor Parks. On page 3 is a synopsis, and under 3 is the remedies include possible civil actions against the board and its directors done by the county as a ratepayer to have those funds disgorged and returned by either the directors or the recipient. There's case law cited later in the staff report that shows that that's a potential option. We would have to analyze whether we prevail and give you that in closed session. Those are 2 different kinds of actions: waste of funds under the Code of Civil Procedure or disgorgement for the gift of public funds. Then the other 2 were referral to the grand jury and referral to the DA. The DA, as you said, that issue is moot because the DA has taken it up on his own. So it would be up to you to whether we should individually or the county should separately through its board refer it to the grand jury or allow the DA to do that in his judgment, as he indicated at least in the Times account he was considering.
And that's in reference to pursuing the gifts of public funds angle, if you will.
Or the 1090 violations.
Yes. And you also had some suggestions regarding the high fees. I don't know if that's something you want to suggest too.
Those suggestions were preliminary in that we would, I think it was the board direction from July, we'd wait for the Penfield and Smith study to be completed, and we could address those when Mr. Johnson comes back with that report. But until we look at the economies involved, there's severe financial consequences to termination that contract, and there may be options, including negotiating a different agreement with them, that can't be analyzed till that report's complete.
Thank you. And you're okay with that study coming back regarding the rates? I don't think there was an objection. There wasn't an objection to that, I don't believe. So.
Item 4. Yeah, so item 4, certainly that should come back, but it needs to, as I said when Mr. Bennett just first introduced his questions at whatever meeting it was several months ago, I said this issue really has to be approached very cautiously. The city of Port Hueneme and the Community Service District, along with the Navy, put in a lot of money to create this water system. And it created the water system because the Community Service District had to go off away from pumping water out of the Fox Canyon Aquifer. It was pretty much forced to do that by the Groundwater Management Agency. And so the whole thing has to be looked at very carefully. And then the agreement that was signed, that was really negotiated by Art Goulet and Gerard Kukuzik, who happened to be the CSD manager at the time, is a very complicated agreement. We're talking about, if the county moves in this direction, buying all that infrastructure. This could be a multi-million-dollar case. So I support looking at it, but as I said, when it was first introduced, do it cautiously, do it with some thought about water in this county, how important water is. It's not something that you simply turn people's attention away from doing things we have to do. We had to do that kind of a project, which costs a lot of money, in order for the community service district to go off the groundwater, or go off the Fox Canyon aquifer.
So then maybe what we can do at this, yes, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say at this point, we do have a few options available to us. I was going to suggest that we go ahead and make a motion and then have discussion just to move us along.
Let me, if I can jump here after the various comments that be made, I think I want to make sure we get a few things out before we make a motion, and then I would offer my recommended action in terms of going forward. First, I'd like to just address the issue of timing and the issue of how this came forward. So the implication is this is some part of some grand conspiracy to really do a lot of negative things. I would offer that this came forward from a Star article where the Star wrote about the fact that they wrote about this same thing. Now, at the same time, our county council, through our Harbor District, had raised that issue at that point in time. The Star wrote about that article, and so that's why I asked those 4 questions. I think there were 4 fair questions that I asked. I asked for a report. Nobody up here objected, including Supervisor Flynn at that time, my asking the questions and asking for that to come back. It was made well before the court ruling that this is supposedly retaliation for. It was made back last April, I believe, or May. And I would just offer this fundamental thought that I had in my mind, was if there was enough money available to fund the administrative record for the lawsuit, and at the same time we've consistently been hearing from people that the rates are really high, the water rates are really high, couldn't that extra money just be used to lower water rates instead of being used to fund the administrative record? So I would offer to you that if you listen to sort of the allegations that have made here about all of this stuff, this is just part of one of the greatest conspiracies since the theory that the moonshot didn't really happen. I mean, first it starts with the board, has been in on this Harbor conspiracy, and then it's the CEO. And we've heard already today, earlier, that it's the DA, had a conflict. And then we also heard when the grand jury didn't make the report that Supervisor Flynn wanted. I have the floor at this point in time. When the grand jury made the report that Supervisor Flynn didn't want, he said the grand jury did a flawed report, and now, of course, it's county council's in on the conspiracy. And I make particular reference to the letter that Supervisor Flynn has submitted in conjunction with this, where he very much accuses Mr. Claybaum of inappropriate behavior and inappropriate analysis and bias and all of that in terms of his analysis. So it takes me to this fundamental point, I think, has to get made. Somehow, it's been a very interesting turn of events. It is okay to make allegations of corruption, all right? It was serious, allegations of corruption against county employees with secret evidence, but it's not okay to publicly ask 4 questions based on a newspaper article, non-secret. I will forever wonder how Beacon could take this position, that how unfair this is, and yet have sat there completely silent when somebody was publicly accused of corruption and yet not even given the courtesy of knowing what the evidence is. Here, as the analysis of the county councils come forward, they've also presented all of their evidence at the same time. So I would offer this for those people who want to ascribe all kinds of motivations to this. I just have to think that you have to realize that for the general public, you protest this too much. What are you afraid of? If everything is okay, I just asked 4 questions because the newspaper wrote an article. What are you afraid of? Let's just let that happen. Quite frankly, if all the evidence would have been presented with the allegations against the county employee in Almar, I would have said, great. And we were asking for it. We said, give us the information. We actually wanted to do an investigation. So this really is, where in my mind where this comes down to is water rates are really high there. And it is fair for us to ask if what's going on, and is there anything that we can do with regard to those water rates. And I look forward to that coming back. I don't want to spend a lot of taxpayers' money going into closed session and trying to figure out whether we file a lawsuit and all of that stuff. There's not enough money. I don't want to go into a lawsuit. The district attorney has it. The district attorney will do whatever the district attorney chooses to do with it at this point in time. But I do think what I do want to do is get this said. I don't want anybody to be intimidated about fairly and honestly asking questions here. And we've gone through a long period of time, constant defense of, I just asked the question, the difference is we did it with the evidence being presented. I will not be intimidated from asking these kind of questions just because of the allegations made by a few people here today. But I want to address my comments most directly to every county employee that works here for Ventura County. If you read the letter that Mr. Flynn wrote to Mr. Claybaum, it is nothing except an attempt to try to intimidate him. Mr. Flynn demanded that Mr. Claybaum share with him his report before he shared them with anybody else, claiming that because it was in his district he should have that. Now, I would offer that was simply an attempt to try to influence Mr. Claybaum's report. It's an inappropriate request. The request I made was in public here. We all got the report at the same time. That's how it should have happened. So I won't be intimidated. County employees, don't be intimidated by that, because the credibility of the intimidator here in Ventura County has gone to almost zero. There are very few people that really respect the credibility of that. So county employees, don't be intimidated. Don't pull your recommendations. Don't worry about what will happen if a supervisor gets mad at you. It's a new day here in county government, and I welcome the fact that Mr. Claybaum was not intimidated by Mr. Flynn and that letter. So with that, that's where I stand on this particular issue. Thank you.
Well, I'd like to make a comment.
Just a moment, Supervisor Flynn. I did hear from you next. Do you have a motion that you want to continue the discussion?
I don't mind hearing from the other supervisors probably before I craft the motion.
Flynn.
Yeah, I have something to offer also to consider here. If you look at my letter, Mr. Bennett, which you referred to, you forgot to read one sentence that's very strikingly important to all of us here at county government. It appears in my letter to Noel Claybaum, 3rd paragraph. It's before us today. Supervisor Bennett appears to be using your office to harass others to advance his political purposes. Mr. Bennett, let me share with you, let me offer to you that you have scared a lot of people. People are frightened with you. Lots of people have called my office saying, what is Bennett up to? You know, when you look at the recent history of county government, and you look at what happened to Mr. Evans, a harbor commissioner, who was tried here in this part of the government and found guilty, and he had to leave. Mr. Bennett, how can you ever defend that? And then when I attempted to bring to the board in closed session my analysis of the harbor and how it's working, Mr. Bennett in closed session tried to hurry me along, tried to harass me. This all happened in closed session. So once I had that experience, I felt I had to go to the grand jury. I did the right thing. I went to the DA and the grand jury. And we've been through that issue several times, and we've had all kinds of red herrings thrown out here, and that's what Mr. Bennett actually is doing today. He's a little concerned that he may have upset some of the residents and citizens of this county. So he's thrown out a red herring. The next, after Mr. Evans Hughes, then went after Mr. John Flynn. And Mr. Bennett at that time had a ready-made PowerPoint to try to silence me, which he hasn't done, nor will he. And now he's after a small group of citizens. This is a government of the people, by the people, and for the people. Mr. Bennett, it is not a government by the government, for the government, and of the government, okay? The people are in charge. If you're trying to silence them, you're going to have a very difficult time. You will rue the day you tried to block their way. Madam Chair, that's the end of my comments today.
Thank you, Supervisor Long.
I guess if you were just to sit here as a first-time person in the boardroom, you would think there were only 2 board members, and both of them with very high testosterone. And I say that kindly.
That's a
You know, I will go back to when the 4 questions were brought forward. And I agree fully with Mr. Smith's report out on that the board sat here, listened to the questions, no one objected, and we have objected before if we felt that it would require something that might be beyond our usual practice or policy. This was not. And they were fair questions, and they were questions that were posed as a result of letters written to the record and as a result of an article in the paper that said to the readers who may have no background whatsoever, if they just read the article in the paper, they would say, that doesn't pass the smell test. And that's what we at this board claim to say on a regular basis, that everything should be as transparent as possible, and it really does have to pass the smell test. Perception in many cases becomes reality. Supervisor Parks has been very strong in working on the Triumphal Sanitation District to make sure they pass the smell test and to ask questions and to ask that the operations be looked into. I think this did not go beyond that whatsoever. We are ratepayers in the district. We, the county, are ratepayers, along with people who we have contractual lease agreements with, who are significant investors in the county, holding, that is the Harbor District, and they are ratepayers. So this just asked the question, had a line been crossed? In reading the report from County Council and going over Mr. Flynn's letter, there's not a grand conspiracy here. You know, to say that all the people identified around this issue met and conspired to generate a report or to generate a bias is just ludicrous. There is not a grand conspiracy. We're not after anyone. We are doing what generally we're challenged to do, which is to stand up and speak up for the ratepayers and the taxpayers. I think that the accusations on this dais that have been made on other issues were also challenged and had to stand up under the spotlight of a grand jury and a district attorney. And the awkward or uncomfortable part of accusations that are made on this dais is that you have legislative immunity, so you can say whatever you please and be able to ride it out for a period of time and feel like you're immune. I think that the questions that were posed in the report that is before us, and it is a report, gives the public an opportunity to look at this outside of this room where obviously there's a lot of history and baggage and emotion, but if the general public outside just looked at this, they would have the same questions. Does it pass the smell test? Did somebody cross the line? I don't mean an individual. And I don't mean to mean an individual in a criminal intent. I don't have enough information. As county council has said, it's to look at this and have the district attorney in his appropriate role, who has an interest in whether governments are acting appropriately, take a look at this. So I think that the process was what is practiced and policy, that nobody went beyond that. They stayed within the parameters of what is practice and policy. The report has come back to us as thorough as can be, as a report, not as an investigation, nor as something that obviously is in a court of law. That's where the district attorney will make that determination. And as to the fourth component that's left, as to the issues of the district, of the county, and the leasehold, and the study yet to be completed by Penfield Smith, one of the roles that LAFCO has been challenged with under some law changes, Cortese, Knox, and Hertzberg, is to look at districts, and to look at districts for their transparency, fiduciary responsibilities, that they're fulfilling their powers, that they're not exercising latent powers that haven't been granted them. And that review is important for the public, who doesn't often pay attention to small community service districts or water districts. I look at the district as a paper district. It should be up to the taxpayers and the ratepayers whether they feel it still has value as a independent district, and that may be the question that gets asked down the road. But I think we have an obligation as a ratepayer of the district, and as a partner in contract with leaseholds in the district, to take a look at the operational side of it and see if there's a cost effectiveness and if there is a need for the relationship. And I think that to say that it's so entwined with other districts or other governmental agencies, some of whom I've spoken to who don't feel that they are that entwined, that we have an obligation to continue to explore it. So that's my comments.
Supervisor Michaels, do you have any comments?
Yes, it goes back to the discussion that we had this morning. I don't want anybody to feel intimidated that they cannot come into this boardroom and give an opinion. I will say, however, that the testimony that was given here today is basically intimidating to the board. It's okay for the speakers down there to make allegations, constant allegations against the harbor director and some of our lessees. It's on the record without any information, and then you can come up here and whine because the same thing happened to you, but we've got information that's out in the public. So I find it very unfortunate that this has escalated to the position that it has. And I hope that, perhaps, now that the shoe's been on both feet, perhaps we can come back down to a better way of doing the business of the public, get over the emotions and all of the stuff that has gone on in this room for all the years that I have been on this dais, and start making wise decisions. And when a majority of this board makes a decision, then it should be carried out. The minority report can be stated, but once it's passed, it's passed. And to try to torpedo it is absolutely absurd. It's a waste of time, energy, and it's certainly not good government. If that happened in everybody in this state or in this country, we would have total chaos and anarchy. You have a majority of the board who's headed in a direction, maybe you don't agree with it, that's the way life goes. I've been on the losing end of a lot of votes, but I've never turned around and tried to torpedo or constantly make allegations that the reason the majority voted this way was some clandestine something or other. It merely was that I disagreed with them, they disagreed with me. You saw it today. Happens all the time. But I'm a little chagrined that some of the people would come in here, including one of my colleagues, with the nerve to say that, oh my gosh, their reputation might be ruined after what they did to some of our best lessees and our harbor director and our county CEO and county council. Come on, folks, it works the same way on both feet. So with that, I believe that we should really not proceed in a lawsuit. I think that would be a waste of public funds. Certainly it would cost as much, probably, as we would gain, if not more. And I believe that the DA has the constitutional obligation and authority to investigate, and that should happen. I will be more than willing to accept whatever the DA decides. And I would hope that we could, from this point forward, move on. I really would like to see the board in the coming year, whenever Penfield Smith comes back with their report, look at the validity of staying with the district. It may be too costly not to, but at least then go into negotiations, because we're being harmed. The county taxpayers are being harmed by how much more the county is paying for water, and our lessees are being harmed by how much more they're paying for water than they would have to pay from a larger entity, City of Oxnard.
Okay. Yes, Supervisor.
I just have one question to sort of bring all of my thoughts to an end for county council, because I appreciate we had council over there saying it was fine for them to pay for the administrative record. If we had a large development going on here in Ventura County, and some organization was filing a lawsuit against that, and the Board of Supervisors said, well, that large development, it's in the unincorporated area of the county, we have an interest in that, and we decided to pay for the administrative record of that nonprofit organization that was challenging that developer. If we were up here considering that, what would be your advice to us as to the legality of us paying for the administrative record that we knew was going to be used by this nonprofit organization in their lawsuit against this developer?
Okay.
What's that? Right.
The basic test laid out in the cases studied, both for special districts and general purpose counties, is the recipient of the funds authorized under the law to carry out the public purpose? Has it been vetted whatever way is appropriate, including bids where they're appropriate? So it's a factual analysis. What makes this case somewhat distinct is that from all we could see, the administrative record was not prepared for any purpose of the district. We distinguished, and there's a footnote on it in footnote 6, but we also distinguished in the text the other study done with no apparent conflict of directors that was done for a report that's been used in both lawsuits. But that related to the location of the bisque and which was a preferable side, and they came out of closed session and the individual director said, there's a water line of ours under the site that's preferred by the county, there's not on the other. So there was at least an arguable purpose for that study to be done by the district. Our conclusion based on what we saw was that was a pretense, but we're not making a definite conclusion. But for the first one, we could find no review even by the district of the administrative record. It was prepared for a lawsuit, filed in a lawsuit, and I don't think it was ever agendized. I asked for all the agendas. I never saw it agendized and considered by the district. And no allegation in the Beacon Validation lawsuit was that there was going to be a problem with water, sewer, or trash, or any other proper function of the district. They were to do with the birds and other issues.
Thank you, Mr. Aaron. We've been at this long enough.
Sorry.
I just want to get that. That's fine. That's all.
One more comment.
Okay, and then let's end the comments and go with a motion.
I would like to read from the County Council's report something very sobering. I hope Mr. Bennett will listen here. I have your ear, Mr. Bennett. something very sobering. Listen to this. Some of you tried to kind of say this was a light county council report or investigation. You answered my question. Is this a lightweight sentence that I'm going to read to you? Under a conclusion. And there we have the two people on page, 17. Well, let me ask the two people to stand up whose names appeared in this. You see them. Raise your hand at least. Raise your hand. Okay, here's what it says here. This is sobering. It is our opinion that the Channel Islands Beach Community Service District made illegal gifts of public funds when it was granted ratepayer money to TBF to litigate against the county's approval. Is that a pretty light charge? Is that a charge? I think it is. It's serious. I'm going to ask Mr. Bennett, if he would please, to try with everything you have to stop slapping people around. You've done it with the Finance Ethics Commission. Let's keep it to the issue
Let's
try
at
to
hand.
Stop that kind of behavior.
Thank you. We'll keep it to the issue at
I'd like
hand.
to make the motion that we receive and file this report.
Are there any objections to the receiving and filing of this report?
I have a question.
Yes.
We are assuming, and the district attorney was in the paper saying that he was going to look at this. Do we need to, in that motion, at least say that we agree with that he's going to look at this? I mean, is there any doubt that he's going to look at it?
Okay, the motion maker just chose to receive and file, if I understand. So
okay.
That's the motion before us, and the second before us.
I think if the district attorney is publicly on record as saying he's going to look at it, he's,
okay.
He's publicly on record saying he's going to
Pretty
look
much
at it.
he's charged up.
And then he is a separate office. We don't.
This testosterone is going heavy on me.
We can ask him.
Let me ask a question, and we'll go on. I'm going to vote against receiving and filing this for the following reasons. One, the issue should have been on the agenda to give direction of this serious nature, on the agenda to give direction to county council. It was not on the agenda. Mr. Bennett says, well, no one objected to it. Well, it wasn't on the agenda. It doesn't really count. That's one thing. But the other thing that I think we have to remember is that the people are important in our government. They're seated out here today. Two of them have been charged by county council as committing an illegal act. I think that is terrible. That is absolutely not the way to behave as a government of the people. I've been here 30 years. I've never seen anything like this happening as it is today.
Thank you. I haven't said anything. Support the motion, however, and just that the county council was asked to look at these issues, brought it back, and actually gave us their opinion and some suggestions. If anything can be charged against them, and from what I'm hearing is that you were too thorough and too good in your report. And you definitely put out your opinion on it, and then that was what was asked of you. And I just, I feel that it's a shame to politicize the issue to the point of it's insinuating that our county council has, a bias, and I really don't believe they do. But with that, we'll go ahead and call that a 4-1, and we'll move on to our next agenda item.
Madam Chair?
Yes,
If I
Supervisor
might,
Michaels.
Could I ask that we take item 38 out of order?
Okay, let's move on to item 38, and then we'll go to item 35.
Okay. I apologize, but Mr. Bennett has got to leave. And so item 38 should be very straightforward and very simple. I've outlined in the letter what kind of a person Supervisor Jim Doherty was. He was the supervisor of the 4th District. He passed recently. If it had not been for Supervisor Doherty, we would not have the East County Courthouse where we have it. He fought for that, and he stood up for that. He did an awful lot for the community. It's in my letter. We've been here so long, I don't want to go on and on and on. But I honestly believe that this would be a very good and simple way to honor Mr. Doherty's service to the city of Simi Valley and to the county of Ventura as a supervisor. And so I would so move that we name the East County Courthouse the James Doherty East County Courthouse.
We have a motion and a second. Roberta, do you agree? Yes. And I'll support the motion, too.
Me too.
Okay, thank you very much, and I will keep you all informed as to when the naming will actually happen, but several of his staff and good friends and people who knew him, including I think one sitting out here going, will be very pleased that we are honoring him in such a manner. So thank you. I appreciate it, Board.
Thank you. And that motion is approved 4-0. 4-0.
4-0.
Supervisor Flynn had stepped out of the room. Well, now we'll go back to item 35, and this is regarding an appointment we've been trying to make now for about 4 board meetings to the Resource Conservation District.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, board members, Mr. Johnston. Del Tompkins with the County Executive Office. This item is transmitting to you recommendations of a review panel who met and are making recommendations on 4 of the 9 positions for the Board of Directors for the Ventura County Resource Conservation District, whose terms expire at the end of this month. The district is actually divided into 3 divisions with 3 representatives from each of the divisions, and the 4 appointments you'll be making this afternoon will include 1 from Division 1, which is the unincorporated area of the Ojai Valley. 1 will come from unincorporated area of Santa Clara Valley, which is Division 2, and 2 of your appointments will come from Division 3, which is referred to as South Ventura County, but basically encompasses the remaining unincorporated areas of the county. When the district submitted its request to you to do these appointments in lieu of election, the board requested that we expand the outreach and public notification for these, and that resulted in 11 applications being received, 10 of which were deemed to be eligible. The eligibility criteria itself is contained in your board's ordinance that was adopted in 1994, and it requires that the individual must either be a landowner of the district or must be a designated agent or representative of a landowner who resides in the district. Further, the Public Resources Code indicates that before your board makes an appointment, the applicants should be individuals who indicate or show an interest in soil and water conservation. So to that end, we formed a 3-member review panel with volunteers from the district itself, our Watershed Protection District, and also the Watersheds Coalition of Ventura County. That review panel met, evaluated the applications, and their recommendations to you today are to appoint the 4 incumbents to a new 4-year term, which would expire in November of 2010. The recommendations would be for Division 1, Ojai Valley. Martin Graham Cow was the only applicant in that instance, and he's also the incumbent. In Division 2 for the Santa Clara Valley, you had 4 applicants, 1 appointment, and the incumbent there is Michael Mobley. In Division 3, you had 5 eligible applicants with 2 appointments to be made, and the 2 incumbents there are John DeBoni and Thomas McGrath. And I believe there's a representative here from the district who may like to address the board.
Thank you. I do have 1 card, Gary Ball. Would you like to address the board?
Thank you. I served on the nominating committee with Gerard and Mr. Emmert, and we went through the applicants. Of the 11 applicants, there was only 1 that was really well known to me as being, has a extensive farming background. The others, most of them were smaller parcel owners, and I didn't, push my opinion. I let them talk, and then basically they asked me what I thought, and I just told them that I thought we had a very good board. There is some dissent, but that's a good thing at times, and but I think we all are very supportive of the mission, which is to reduce soil erosion and to protect the watershed. And we look for people that have extensive background in that area and also are passionate about that mission. And I think that's what we have, and so that's why my recommendation is such.
And I think across the board, it was the incumbents that are all getting, got the nod from the nomination board. Is that
Yes,
right? Okay.
that's correct.
Thank you. I would, I'm looking at one of the applicants that I think it merits our consideration. Sean Anderson is, I believe, a professor at Cal State University Channel Islands and works actually in watershed protection. So I think that he's pretty qualified. I know we have one person that's been on for 50 years, and I wish we could have a position like an emeritus or whatever that they could emeritus, thank you, they could come to the board and all, but I think having an outstanding candidate as Sean Anderson, a professor at Cal State Channel Islands who's worked with the restoration of Magoo Lagoon, Ormond Beach, and the Santa Monica Mountains, 15 years work in resource management. I think that would be a really nice addition to the board, and I would recommend that we consider him, though I know you have your motion to take the staff recommendation. Do we have a second? Second. We do have a second.
Supervisor Parks?
Yes.
You know, I agree with you, and that I think I appreciate the process. I appreciate that they went back to the process so that they interviewed everyone who was interested. I work with Sean Anderson on a couple of projects, one in the Ormond Beach area, and I think that the mission, as was just noted, of the district is really soil erosion and protect the watershed, and I think that he would bring great knowledge of that and experience, and perhaps a fresh look. And I think an emeritus for RCD of someone who has served on that board for over 50 years would be more than appropriate. But I would support that the appointment be made for Sean Anderson to serve in Division 3.
Supervisor Flynn, would you be in support of Sean Anderson?
Yes.
Yes?
I would hope, though, that we can, I don't have my book open because I'm late to a meeting, Marijuana Management Agency is having a hearing, but I would hope that we could consider that a merit.
Could you put your microphone on?
Yeah, I support that.
Okay, the motion was not for Sean Anderson, though, and you seconded the motion. Would you like to?
Wait a minute. Now,
Okay.
you made a motion.
No, actually, Supervisor Michael chose the staff recommendation.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, do you want to continue with your second or withdraw it?
No, it dies.
Okay. Okay, then
I'll make the motion then that to accept the recommendations for Division 1, Division 2, and for Division 3, that it be Sean Anderson and Tom McGrath, and that's my motion.
And supporting the emeritus position.
And supporting the emeritus, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Are there any objections to that motion? Seeing none, then that motion also passes unanimously.
The emeritus position is a non-voting
That's
position?
That's right.
The emeritus position is a non-voting position?
Yeah.
Yes, it has to be.
Let me say I have to go to groundwater management.
Okay, well, that's very appropriate. Thank you very much
Do we
for
have the right to do
sticking
that?
around to that one.
Part of this motion?
We're just about at the end of our agenda then.
Could I
Yes.
just think it's important for the record that we clarify the emeritus position is
It's
a
not a voting
non-voting
position, right.
Yes.
position. I want to make sure the motion maker.
Will that be included in the minutes, Ms. Rodriguez?
The
Thank you.
non-voting member.
Great. We will now move on to item 37. This is a policy recommendation, and it's mine to reappoint Supervisor Long to the Board of Directors of CSAC, something that she served us well on. Thank you. We have a motion and a second, and seeing no objections, that passes. And now, item 39, for which we still have someone in the audience, adoption of a resolution to convey county-owned real property. This is regarding the Poley Street.
Correct.
Polite, excuse
Yes.
me.
We can either do it right now or I got to wait.
Thank you, Chair Parks, members of the board, Mr. Johnson, Steve Williams of Public Works. I'll just keep my comments brief. Today's action will set a hearing for 3 weeks from today on December the 12th for your board's final approval of the sale of the Polite Complex, the last remaining property owned by the county at the Polite Complex, selling that property
We
to
got
the city of
a
Ventura.
motion? Thank you.
Thank
Great.
you.
Thank you.
Seeing no objection.
I know, really had a lot more to say, but I can wait until December the 12th.
Well, we'll stay after for you. We have a motion and a second. Seeing no objections, that passes also. And I believe that concludes our Board of Supervisors meeting, and we will stand adjourned.
Have a good Thanksgiving.
Thank you.
Have a good Thanksgiving.